Morning, all of you. I'll be on in just a minute here. I just gotta get my throat cleaned up a little bit. My voice is really fucked up this morning.
According to US-European Command, the US and Russia agreed today in Abu Dhabi to re-establish high-level military-to-military dialogue.
Can I possibly have some ice for this water? My throat is pretty. Fucking blabbing. I'll come get the ice. It's been like 5 years of just talking for 8 hours a day. It's no bueno. Did you read the story about ADP on Wolf Richter's blog? You should. Eye opening.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we get the US Jolts job openings for December. Forecast 7.25 million on the prior 7.146 million. The range is 7.407 million to 7 million expected. This is the delayed Jolts release, was scheduled originally to come out Tuesday this week, thanks to the government shutdown, has been pushed back to today.
So Wolf Street's newest article about ADP. He's got it should be a mirror image if you were to revise it. And they only pull their fucking data from ADP. Not like they're pulling their data from anywhere else. But it's not quite instantaneous, but pretty fucking instantaneous. Unless maybe there's some counting shit in the background that gets adjusted, like funny accounting or something from companies. Doesn't make sense either. I used ADP for years to pay employees. That shit was straightforward as fuck. No, haven't checked yet. I got an alert on RR.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we get the US Jolts job openings for December. Forecast 7.25 million on the prior 7.146 million, with a range of 7.407 million to 7 million expected. 1 minute remaining for the US Jolts job openings.
I'm gonna start loading a bunch of shit for the kids.
10 seconds.
There's a bunch of fucking stocks here that I want.
6.542 million, 6.542 million, lower than forecast 7.25 million. Bit of weakness in the dollar coming through here as Jolts job openings come in considerably lower than expected. The prior has also been revised down to 6.928 million from 7.146 million. Treasuries as well add to gains after the December Jolts job opening slide. Dollar extending losses against the yen following Jolts, last down around 0.2%. And the December Jolts reports on the feed for those interested.
I just bought fucking Google RR. I want Netflix too, I think. Fucking
As well as the EU, the US and Russia also agreed to re-establish military-to-military dialogue. Commentary from the Shell CEO says the oil market supply is slightly long and balanced by geopolitical risk like Venezuela and Iran. Bitcoin below $69,000, lower since November 2024, down around 5%. The Shell CEO sees a strong LNG demand from China and India at around $8 to $10 per metric million British thermal units. Trump has ended remarks at the National Prayer Breakfast. Speaking for a little while, nothing really of note though. US stocks extend falls, with Dow Jones now down 1%. Amazon shares fall 5.1% ahead of quarterly results. The Nasdaq is at over 2-month lows, down 1.89%.
Oh, I think I'm gonna put salt in my water. No, it got colder. Blah. All right, I added a bunch of shit. I'm done. I was gonna get. Do you think I should just give? I was gonna give Maggie's friend. I don't know, like I was gonna try to get her like bonds for college. Dad's dead, you know. But it's a pain in the fucking ass. I gotta go. I gotta do it through my taxes. Not only if you do it through digital. If you do it through paper, I don't think so. But like paper's a fucking like back in the day, you could just go get them at the fucking bank.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, we do get the
Remember the
weekly
time we
EIA
went
natural
through
gas change. Forecast is for a draw of 378 BCF on the prior draw of 242 BCF.
there's like some links maybe to some investment accounts for child. Maybe give the envelope to her mom too. Can't without talking to her mom. And I realize fucking stocks maybe no, but I haven't found a solution. I was looking for one last night. I couldn't find one.
The VIX is at over a 2-month high, last up 3.9 points at 22.53.
It says a 529 plan. No, it says naming a friend or a friend as the beneficiary. You control the money, but it grows and stays dedicated to their education. The other thing you could do is it says you can make direct contributions to a 529 account already owned by the student's parent. Can you ask her mom to open a 529 account for her? And tell her that I will make a donation in lieu of her father's passing. I don't know what the return is on. Let me just before you send them, let me just check the returns on a 529 account. Yeah, just ask her if she can open up a 529 account. She can pick the aggressiveness of the fund. It says you can pick whatever you want. Just let them do whatever the fuck they want. They have lower risk portfolios, a college portfolio that's like 9%. No, just say Arthur wants to offer his condolences. Passing of Peyton's father by donating to a 529 plan for her college education.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, we get the weekly EIA natural gas change. Forecast for a draw of 378 BCF on the prior draw of 242 BCF.
Directly to it if you open one. It should cost you nothing to open. You just check to make sure it costs anything.
Thune says Democrats' demand for DHS funding is unrealistic.
It's free. It says sometimes it costs 10 or 25 bucks or something to open the account. We're just parked here. Look at this. parked. It's been like a slow pullback with parking. You could sit here all day long, probably. Let me just look. Hold on. It says that they have state plans. Hey, tell her that the Michigan Education Savings Program offers one. Oh, there's MESP and MI 529. Wait a minute. Okay, ready? There's MESP and MET. You tell her she wants to look up both. The MESP is one of the. It's got no sales charges or annual fees. One of the most lowest cost plans in the U.S. Tell her to look up both. Figure out which one she's going to set up.
1 minute remaining for the EIA natural gas change.
When is the funeral? Thursday and what's it again? I can't do the funeral. I'll go to the viewing.
10 seconds. A draw of 360 BCF, a draw of 360 BCF, higher than the expected draw of 378 BCF. Some weakness in natural gas prices following that. We've posted the weekly natural gas storage report on the feed for those interested. According to the EIA, US energy firms pulled record amounts of natural gas from storage during last week's Arctic freeze.
Thanks for the water.
Treasury Secretary Bessent says the idea of temporary AI guardrails in finance is interesting.
Test one, checked 1, 2. Sorry for the delay this morning. I've got my voice is a little messed up. I've got sore throat, but I don't think I'm sick. I think it's just from talking. No. No. Well, here you go. Give me just a second here, guys. Sorry about this morning. I've got my throat is really like jacked up this morning. Turn that off. So we're parked here on 6800. We could sit here for a while. It's kind of hard to see, but it's hard to show like where 6800 is on SPY. If you look at it down below here, then get out here and just check it. We're kind of just like dragging balls in here. Let me show you something else. So this is kind of where we're sitting right here. We got a magnet here on the put wall. So we're just kind of like dicking around down here. I don't know how long we sit here. We could just start moving, or we could park here all day long. But whatever it is, it should be a bottom for us to start swinging up high as soon as the horse trading is done. Sell a bunch of puts down here, move these up kind of a little bit, and then start making our way higher here. But we are on a wall, so don't get too crazy with the chart that I've got up here, as this is a 1 minute chart, not a 1 hour chart or anything like that. So it looks more brutal than it actually is. Just note that there are puts being sold here. It's the only thing. Kind of looking high right now. Kind of weird. So just want to sit here and just watch this park down here. We shouldn't be blasting through this. There should be no reason for us to blast through this. That's what I should say. There should be coming out, but we're just kind of parked in here, just dealing with these puts, and then we should unclench and start heading higher here. What I'm afraid of is that we're going to sit here all morning and all afternoon and go nowhere for a little while, just wait for new flows at 12 p.m. So just hang tight and don't look into this as being too much other than that. We're just going to float around here for a little bit, and then we'll start making our way higher. There's a little bit of gap. There's some gaps down here, too. Hold on, bring this back up right here. There are a couple gaps down below. But I don't know if we can close all these gaps. I think we just fuck around down here and just hang the fuck out and then start running higher. I'm going to read something to you. I know I probably shouldn't be doing this, but I'm going to read to you something that I read last night. I don't know when this article dropped yesterday. I don't know what time he dropped this, but when I'd read it yesterday, there were not many comments on it yesterday. There was maybe like 5 or 10 comments. So I started reading this article last night, right around 9 p.m. I don't know why I'm looking up there. I moved a bunch of stuff up there. But I read this article last night around 9 p.m. and then I went down the fucking rabbit hole of ADP in the middle of the night last night. And I was writing the daily brief last night. And I made some commentary about the ADP employment report. This is from Wolf Street, Wolf Richter. The thing that there's a few things that bugged me about this report that he had. I'm going to pull this up really quick. Let me bring this over. I'm starting to turn around now. Now, give me one more second here, guys. My glasses, I can see through them and see that they're not as clean as they should be. I have to look across pretty far distances to see all these fucking screens. I don't want to clean my glasses on air.
So in 10 minutes time now at 10:50 a.m. Eastern time, we're expecting comments from Fed's Bostic, who will participate in a moderated
voice news disconnected.
Bostic. He doesn't mean shit. Okay, so this is the most disturbing thing that I saw last night. I did a search for. First thing I did was I searched for the ADP employment report. The first thing that scared the shit out of me was that what popped up in my feed was the usual stuff over here. Follow my cursor over here, the usual stuff. And this is frightening, of course, because it automatically tells me, don't like all the reporting that's done today. Not all of it, but the majority of reporting that's done today is it's like just diarrhea. And it's like probably AI slop passed along, picked up. And then of course there's Wolf Street that is, the awkward penguin. It's not even awkward penguin, it's just that he spends the time to look at the actual data from all these drops, like all of them. I don't know how he does it. I don't know if he's got like a team of people over there looking at that stuff just to red flag this kind of stuff. But if you've ever read any of Wolf's commentary, from time to time, commenters will say things like, "Oh, I work at the Fed," or "Oh, I work at BLS," or "I work at the New York Times." So I know the right people consume this guy's stuff. His readership is likely well known, right, or inside or whatever. So there's a disconnect at some point too, where there are humans that know this stuff in positions to write articles, yet they get stopped from doing that. Likely editors that don't want this stuff. They want to pull your heartstrings. Every once in a while, Wolf will post something like this article, and it will blow up eventually. It does gain traction. As a matter of fact, the guy from WAPO, the mouthpiece of the Fed, he once brought up something that Wolf brought up. He was the first to break a story. Now, this story that came out, I'm going to read it to you right now. I'm going to go back to the main screen here. With the thing that, sorry, I'm going to take this thing off right here. Sorry about the thing that, there's two parts to this story that kind of bothered, or two or three parts that kind of bothered me. And then I went down the rabbit hole on ADP. Where do they get the data? That kind of shit. How do they get the data? And I was always under the impression with ADP that you've got like ADP is only one of the reporting agencies or private reporting payroll agencies. There's lots of different companies that do payroll in the United States for corporations. Now, I've used ADP in the past for companies that I've owned. It was easy, and I've used companies like them too. But the idea with ADP was it was pretty consistent. You submit your paperwork every week, and it's like done. It's like just done. And they send you a package, a big like envelope of information and papers and all that kind of shit for your employees. And the revisions that I made for employees were small, real small, a blip. And so you would think ADP as a employment reporting firm, there should be very little variances. That's number one. Number two, they put out an employment data report that's revised going back to 2010, which is unusual. So the assumption here is that they added in the positive assumption is that they added in something. Let's put this down here. This is bottom, by the way, if you don't know. Unless maybe something drops in the market that's unknown, some kind of news story or whatever. You would expect, though, that if you added in a new variance, like, oh, we're going to account for this or account for that, it would be consistent across going back to 2010. Now, that's compared to, let's say, the BLS, where it's more of a living document. And BLS is the kind of, first, it's federal, it's the gold standard, and it's a document that evolves over time. You figure the BLS puts out surveys, and sometimes they get buried in emails, sometimes they only get reported upon when an HR department has the time to do it. That might only be quarterly or yearly. And most of these, like, there can be improvements made in how that data is collected with the BLS, but it's the most accurate and over time becomes an even better document. Whether that's on a quarterly basis, over a year, more years pass, that data gets really rich and good. It's the process and how they collect the BLS collects that data. Maybe that can be improved, but generally speaking, the data collection from the U.S. government is outstanding. Now ADP has it a little bit easier. It's not like ADP has got like some rando just sending in scraps of paper, and ADP's typing something up on paper and then hand delivering or something, whatever the fuck that's. It's pretty straightforward. It's all digitized. So this article's, and the next problem that I had with this thing yesterday. So the first thing was the fact they went back all the way to 2010. The second thing would be if you add in a new metric, it should be consistent throughout the reporting of time. So let's say you have a line like right here, This is the, before revised ADP. It should be fairly consistent, even if it's lower or higher. And that's not what took place. What took place was they had data that was like the new revisions were like this, kind of. I'm being a little exaggerative. I'm exaggerating a little bit just to show the inconsistencies. But let's say you would have like data that goes down like this, then it goes up like this, then it goes down like this, and up like this, and then it's in line like this, and then it veers off over here. Something more like that. And that's a problem. That brings up a bunch of different questions. Brings up questions if there's AI is being used potentially with some kind of I don't even know what to say, like hallucinations, I guess is probably the biggest word to use. Or the data is being manipulated, which is more nefarious, potentially. There's something wrong. And the scarier part is the Challenger report is a hand-in-hand report that theoretically Challenger and ADP say that they don't use the same stuff and that they don't talk to each other, all that kind of stuff. And so there shouldn't, if they're separate, there shouldn't be the same anomalies. And of course, this morning, Challenger put out an anomaly in their report this morning, so that frightened me even more. And I made a comment in last night's brief, and I said, man, this ADP wasn't really picked up by the news. And then when ADP report dropped, the government decided this, like just a few hours later on Wednesday, I think, Tuesday or Wednesday, I forget, but they moved the NFP report to next Wednesday. At any rate, we're supposed to get NFP today or tomorrow, and now NFP is moved to next Wednesday. And then you have all these variances within ADP, and now this morning Challenger. And even in the brief that I wrote last night, I was like, man, you could see some nefarious data get dropped. I don't know when, and I don't know in what form, but I know that something fucked up could drop whenever it's important to the news wire. And then this morning, all of a sudden, the Challenger report matters. And not only does the Challenger report matter, but it is saying things that are fucking crazy too. Just let's be honest. That's what it is. Crazy. So there's something going on. And I don't know if Challenger just didn't say oops, or oh, we're doing the same thing or whatever it is, or just said fuck it, we're gonna run with it, and ADP didn't say anything to him. I don't really know. This is all me just posturing. I'm not saying these are facts, whatever, but there are too many anomalies for it not to be red flagging. My brief last night is a fucking giant red fucking flag to the Challenger report this morning. So anyways, I'm going to read this article to you briefly here, because I know some of you guys say you're going to read it and you never do. Some of you say you can't read. Yeah, and you only like crayons and shit. So I'm going to read this fucking thing to you because it's scary. I'm going to be honest with you. It's fucking scary. And the market relies upon ADP data. They rely upon Challenger data. They rely upon BLS data. And there's already been questions about manipulation of data. So let's talk about that briefly here. We'll forget about the BLS shit at the moment, but ADP employment report massively revised to 2010 with huge erratic differences in month-to-month job creation and losses, rendering reliance on it for indications of employment trends useless. This is the headline and byline from Wolf Richter. Crazier than that crazier than that. I think I published that market brief last night at midnight or something. Like a half an hour later, Wolf went into his comments of his the comments of this post, and he made a comment in here saying that he actually reached out to ADP for clarification. Now, I've read one of Wolf's books. I have emailed him a couple times, talked to him briefly. He does not seem like the kind of guy that would waste his fucking time to dig deeper into something like this unless it mattered. And he did make a comment in this article late last night. Well, not by West Coast standard. He lives in San Fran, but he said, I have a phone call scheduled tomorrow with ADP, with the ADP team. Sorry. He has a scheduled phone call tomorrow, which I'm assuming is today, with the ADP team that works on this data. I reached out to them this morning before I published the article, but only got the media person. And she recited what the press release said, which I already knew. She kind of blew me off. Like, who the fuck is this guy? Fuck this guy. But that fucking guy that she's telling to go fuck off is from what I've seen or read at least, this guy is like the go-to guy for the street quietly in the background. From at least from what I've read in the comments, I trust those comments. If you read how people respond in those comments, you can tell that at least 60% of them have a much higher education than the regular guy on the street. So they likely work inside of either the bond market or they work inside of some kind of data and collections out there. So these are career people that this is what they do. This is their domain. But it was ironic that she kind of blew me off. Then later she saw this article and came back to me. So she must have went over there, or somebody at ADP is checking anything that says ADP. And sure enough, that picture that I showed you earlier, that screenshot, well, that's fucking kind of glaring when all the news that's fit for your consumption and my consumption is completely fucking oblivious to what that article that he wrote said. He goes on to say, she kind of blew me off. Then later she saw this article, came back to me, offering a phone call with the team that puts this data together, which is great. You know why they are showing him the time of day, of course, the damage control. One way or another, that's what it is. Tomorrow I will talk with the people who actually know what is going on here, hopefully. Then we're going to get into the Challenger thing here in just a minute. Because because Challenger came out this morning with some kind of shocking news. It's kind of like fool me once, fool me twice. Let me just put this over here, get this closer so you can see it. Still some gaps down below here. Just kind of parked fucking around. We could sit here all day long. I'm not kidding. Literally all day long. So the ADP National Employment Report released today by payroll processor ADP was massively revised going back to 2010, now showing erratic and massive month-to-month job gains and losses going back to 2010 that are completely different than the data for the same period released a month ago, rendering reliance on the report for indications of employment trends useless. It would be one thing if this stuff was like if the new revision was kind of in line. And you got to remember, this is not the BLS. This is ADP. This is fairly rigid data that they theoretically collect. The chart in this article, it says the chart shows ADP's new revised data of the month-to-month changes in employment in red columns, and the prior data released on Jan 7th, 2026, blue columns. There is hardly any correlation between the red columns and the blue columns. That is the fucking first, oh shit. There should be some correlation. You can add whatever you want to add to any revision in data like ADP's, not so much BLS, where they are constantly collecting more and more data that is unavailable. ADP's data is instantly, not instantly, but fairly instantly available and finite. There's hardly any correlation between the red columns and the blue columns, and these erratic differences between the new data and prior data go all the way back to 2010, when ADP began this data series. For example, in 2025, the new version shows job declines in March, April, and May, when the old version showed substantial job gains. That's a red flag. Then for the second half of 2025, the new version shows much bigger job gains of 345,000 for June through December, than the old version, 131,000. Those are massive revisions for a company that, and this isn't even 10 years ago. This is recent memory. Like, everything's been kind of digitized to an extent. For 2023, the new version shows huge job gains for May, June, and July, while the old version showed much smaller job gains. These massive differences go all the way back to 2010. The entire data set was massively revised. ADP's entire data series going back to 2010 was heavily revised and shifted down by about 2.5 million jobs across the entire period. That brings up even more questions. This brings up questions going back a significant amount of time. In the press release, so this isn't something like an anomaly with government workers, that kind of stuff. Someone might try to like push off, or even government contractors working, or a government contractor maybe that's been laid off but was paid through ADP and not directly through the government, maybe through a government contract. In the press release, ADP said about the revisions, quote, "The January 2026 report reflects a scheduled annual revision of the ADP National Employment Report. The data set, they do this every year. The data series has been reweighted to match the quarterly consensus of employment and wages benchmark data through March 2025. So they're kind of like mixing in BLS data or something, I think, with this. Big quote, "Beginning this month, in addition to the annual benchmark revision, the ADP National Employment Report also will reflect data from the most recent QCEW." And QCEW is great, but the mix of the two is kind of fucking wonky. And it renders like ADP, why would you need ADP at that point? The QEC is produced by the Bureau of Labor Statistics and is based on companies' quarterly employment tax filings. The BLS adjusts its own non-farm payroll data, which now drops on Wednesday. I'm going to tell you something. This shit sounds to me like PayPal. Not just PayPal, but the companies that use the funny accounting practices for revs. That's what it sounds like to me. And I'm questioning what the BLS data is going to be for NFP coming out, or if maybe there's some kind of new collection, new display of that data. I don't know. The QCW is produced by the BLS and is based on companies' quarterly employment filings. The BLS adjusts its own non-farm payroll data to the QCEW on an annual basis. ADP gets its data from the payrolls it processes. Here we go. But many companies use other payroll processors, and many companies process their own payrolls. And ADP has no data on them, including some very large employers. ADP then extrapolates its limited and possibly skewed sample to the national population, that then periodically adjusts this data to the government's data, the QCEW, by the BLS. The QCEW is the gold standard for U.S. payroll data, but lags far behind because it's based on quarterly tax filings with delayed filing deadlines, and it is not complete either. No, it only gets better as time passes, as months, quarters, even years passes. this data gets more rich and more rich for a variety of reasons I'm not going to go into here, for why people don't report this shit accurately, or they forget, or they gets buried, or whatever that may be. So this is kind of troubling. Now, on its own, I was like, this is troubling. I don't like the idea that this data does not match. It renders it kind of useless. It renders it maybe if they had like had another line with the ADP, maybe if they compared the ADP data to the QCEW, it'd make more sense. It was like separated. But it renders it basically useless. This QCEW. Now on the surface, I'm like, this is kind of like red flag. But then I'm like, man, the fact that nobody even reported about this is troubling. And is any other news going to drop that seems more erratic? And of course, this morning, I'll bring this up. Hang tight here. Challenger Gray and Christmas wound up dropping some more data themselves this morning. Now, Challenger's supposed to be their own kind of company with no input from ADP on their own. And Challenger dropped some data this morning that was kind of frightening. U.S. employers announced 108,435 layoffs for the month, up 118% from the same period a year ago, and 205% from December 2025. The total marked the highest for any January since 2009. At the same time, companies announced just 5,306 new hires, also the lowest January since 2009, which is when Challenger and Gray and Christmas began tracking such data. Another anomaly. Also, job openings fell sharply in December to 6.54 million, to their lowest since September 2020. Available jobs are down by more than 900,000 since just October. Now, job openings we know are lower, but people are not moving. People are not moving from job to job right now. Not necessarily a bad thing. It's just that people are keeping their jobs. There's not a bunch of jumping from job to job. They will soon. Inflation is bottoming and rising. So you will see the savvier employees out there begin to ask for raises to keep up with wages, and then jumping from company to company, trying to make more money to outrun inflation. When inflation starts to rise, you'll see different behaviors from people. Some people, like a lot of people, I don't know if this is like a grade school or high school thing. Kids don't take a lot of finance classes when they're in lower grades. No one tells kids today you have to ask for a raise. Or when inflation is rising, you should be asking for raises. You should be moving from company to company if needed to outrun inflation. Where do you put your money in the early stages of a spike in inflation? Where do you put your money when the Fed starts to want to fight it? Basic things like that. A lot of people get caught not knowing to do that stuff in life, or they don't trust. I don't know what it is, but other people do. The people that do understand to do that stuff, they don't complain. They ask for raises. They look for new jobs. They play hot potato. This is in line with things like used car prices, new car prices, new homes. Like it's kind of ironic. Like if you're buying a car, you kind of know to negotiate, right? New car, you're going to get beaten up by a salesman in the floor seat, and they're fighting for a cheaper deal. But there are other things that people don't realize that they can negotiate, just like wages or jobs and things like that. One of a clear one would be rents. The ask for rent is not the actual rent that is agreed upon in leases. If you ever look at the data for the rent asks versus what they actually get, there's a huge difference. So you have a portion of society that just thinks, "Oh yeah, this company XYZ is asking for $3,000 for an apartment," and they're not aware that some of these apartments are not meant to be rented, or maybe there's a covenant that says they have to ask for X amount of dollars, or it's something where it's tax write-off, where that apartment may not be wanted to be rented. And then other apartments, the true rent that's being asked might even be negotiable. If it's an actual apartment that wants to be rented, hey, I don't want to pay this. Or maybe you do that 10 times and one person says, yeah, you know what, I can take that reduced. I know I was asking $3,000, but I'll take 2,800 or something like that. And there's a large percentage of the population that doesn't know that they can negotiate that stuff or even know the mechanics of the asks versus what's reality, what's really for rent, what really is not for rent. And anyways, going back to this Challenger thing, also job openings fell sharply in December to 6.54 million. Not necessarily a bad thing, to their lowest since September 2020. Available jobs are down by more than 900,000 since October. Layoff plans hit their highest January total since the global financial crisis, while hiring intentions reached their lowest since the same period. These are plans and intentions, not actual data. Outplacement firm Challenger Gray and Christmas reported Thursday. U.S. employers announced 108,435 layoffs for the month, up 118% from the same period a year ago and 205% from December 2025. The total marked the highest for any January since 2009, while the economy was in the final months of its steepest downturn since the Great Depression. Now, this could, on one end, speak towards the coming AI apocalypse, job apocalypse. But interestingly, the economy is in great shape right now. So this data is in stark contrast, or this data drop from Challenger today is in very stark contrast to where the economy is, theoretically, where the economy is right now versus 2009. And I'll say this again. While the economy was in the final months of its steepest downturn since the Great Depression, which is kind of not jiving, is it? Let's just say it for what it is. It doesn't really jive. At the same time, companies announced just 5,306 new hires, also the lowest since January 2009, which is when Challenger began tracking such data. The crisis recession officially ended in March 2009. With the recent narrative centering on a no hire, no fire labor market, that's about what it is right now. No fire, no hire. People that age out, they might not replace that person. Some of these companies are replacing with AI. I'm wondering if Challenger and ADP, I'm questioning that, is doing the same thing. With the recent narrative centering on a no hire, no fire labor market, the Challenger data suggests that the layoff part of the equation could be stepping up. Could be. Could. Not is. Could be. Potentially. Maybe. Possibly. Move this over here. Generally, we see quote, generally we see a high number of job cuts in the first quarter. But this is a high total for January, said Andy Challenger, workplace expert and chief revenue officer for the firm. It means most of these plans were set at the end of 2025. signaling employers are less than optimistic about the outlook for 2026. To be sure, if employers are stepping up plans to furlough workers, it hasn't been showing up in much in official government data. Say that again. That's an important part. If employers are stepping up plans to furlough workers, it hasn't been showing up in much in the official government data, which is the gold standard. That is the gold standard. No matter how you cut it, slice, or dice it, it's the gold standard. It's not there. Yet it's in Challenger's data. My question for Challenger is, have you changed how you are collecting data? And is ADP, or what are they doing to, I don't want to say fudge, but are they doing anything different in how they collect data, how they compile data, how they format it, how they present it? And they haven't mentioned this either. But it is kind of shocking to see this from Challenger versus alongside ADP, and then now the NFP being moved to next week. However, initial jobless claims for the week ended January 31st totaled a seasonally adjusted 231,000, the highest since early December, though the spike likely had something to do with a brutal winter storm that hit large parts of the country. The longer-term trend still was at its lowest since 2024. I have other questions, too, here, if they're counting federal jobs in this or not, because the Fed's job is not meant to replace those jobs, and those jobs are actually being rehired right now. Some and they don't mention, I don't think that, not that I could read, they mention much about the government here. Some high-profile layoff announcements have boosted fears of wider damage in the labor market. Amazon, UPS, Dow Inc. recently have announced sizable job cuts, but these job cuts are in line. If you look at BLS data, it's all in line. It's not anything that's outside the norm. Indeed, transportation had the highest level from a sector standpoint. Sectors don't mean shit. It's the total. From a sector standpoint in January, due largely to plans from UPS to cut more than 30,000 workers. Technology was second on the back of Amazon's announcement to shed 16,000 mostly corporate-level jobs. Planned hiring dropped 13% from January 2025 and was off 49% from December. Challenger data also can be volatile. Listen to this closely. Challenger data can also be volatile and not correlated to official statistics. However, filings from the Labor Department in January under worker adjustment and retraining notification regulations indicate more than 100 companies have given notice of significant layoffs. In a separate report Thursday, the Bureau of Labor Statistics reported that job openings fell sharply in December to 6.54 million, a slide of 386,000 on a monthly basis and down more than 900,000 from the October level. Openings are now at their lowest since September 2020. Some of this could be knock-on effect too, with the federal government announcing layoffs in October, November during the shutdown. That maybe has a knock-on effect in corporate hiring as well. The decrease is available positions. Inavailable positions put the ratio of available jobs to unemployed workers at 0.87 to 1, down from more than 2 to 1 at its peak in mid-2022. This also would kind of match into the lows of inflation, and if inflation starts riding higher, you could see these numbers improve. On Wednesday, ADP reported that private employers added just 22,000 jobs in January. This is from Challenger. I haven't not had a chance this morning to go through the actual Challenger data. I will do that though today. I really want to know if they've changed anything. I just found it ironic and interesting too that this ADP stuff kind of dropped a couple days ago, not picked up in the news. Then NFP moved, and then this like coulda, shoulda, woulda stuff from Challenger Gray, and the idea that it's glaringly different than any of their prior reports, which makes me wonder if Challenger has changed some way that they collect data. or maybe they were using a mix of their data with QCEW data that is making this stuff look more glaring than it should. And if you actually look back on the most recent data, from ADP versus their revision, it makes it even look more sloppy. So, anyways, I don't know where this story goes, if it means anything, but I am fascinated by what NFP will show next week. I believe that data release has been moved to Wednesday of next week. I just want to make sure I got this right. Yeah, Wednesday, February 11th, we'll get that NFP data, and hopefully we'll get an update from Wolf, some kind of an update at some point today, and maybe, hopefully, I did post on Twitter asking if he would look at the Challenger data as well. I just thought it was, it's like one thing is one thing, and then two things, and then three things, and then four things, and then five things, and you just start scratching your head and saying, what's going on with employment, unemployment data, and these shifts? Is it something in the background? Is it something internal? Is it AI? So at any rate, we'll move on from this. Just keep, if you have a chance, take a look at Wolf Street, and keep your eyes open for any updates from Wolf, because this guy knows way. I mean, I'm not going to claim that I'm a data guy. I went to school for business, but I did not. I don't have a background in probability and statistics like this guy does in any way, shape, or form. This guy's good. This guy's probably as good as it comes. We're just parked down here, just sitting around, fucking around, not doing too much right now. As soon as puts are sold to suckers, this should start moving higher. But keep an eye out on this. Keep an eye out on this news as we continue forward into the coming week here. The coming week, and I know this has been a point of contention over the years. I don't know. Fred, BLS is politicized, the Fed is politicized, data's fake, all that kind of stuff, and then you've got the new administration wanting to assert more power over these agencies. I think I've described this before. If you really want to, I'm not going to describe it right now. But how the data is collected and then how it's presented so that the federal government can do what they do with that data. But it's fascinating that this stuff is still taking place right now. You can kind of see there's a hand in there somewhere, and I don't know where that hand comes from, but it does raise a bunch of questions, especially the fact that it's just not like it change one metric, everything should kind of change same time. And then this report from Challenger saying it's the worst it's been since like when the economy was imploding. Raises red flags. I don't know why, but it's abnormal. It's an abnormality upon another abnormality upon another abnormality with NFP being moved. So I would pay attention to this, watch it closely. It's not big news as of yet. It should be, and keep an eye on it, see if it does become big news. Or at least questions, and maybe smarter people than me can look into it and get some answers. I'm very fascinated to find out what those are. It might not be nefarious. It might be something that is not nefarious at all, but I'd be interested to find out if it isn't, how it isn't. Okay, so that's Wolf Street's ADP. It was in the market brief last night. Challenger report, you can look at those guys up. It's Challenger, Gray, and Christmas. I haven't had a chance to read through the full report. I will attempt to do that later today. This stuff takes hours and hours of reading. Just close up so you can see it. Starting to turn up right now. Trying to make our way back up and to the right. And I'm also finding it fascinating I'm also finding it a little fascinating, the trip down here, the rejection of 700, and they were kind of like parked right now. Like all of this is like, you didn't get the NFP today. This looks like this started before the announcement of NFP being moved to next Wednesday. And so this looks like a setup to me. That's what it looks like. Looks like a setup, and it looks like we might have to revisit this next Wednesday again. This looks like a setup that didn't fucking work. This looks like fucking fraud. I mean, it's not fraud, but it looks like fraud. It looks like they're like, yeah, then we're gonna get the NFP report. It's gonna be all fucked up. It's gonna be like the fucked up Challenger report, the fucked up ADP report. But then we're gonna make the Challenger report matter, and then we're gonna make NFP matter. And we don't have NFP, so we'll come back to it. Kind of pre-planned kind of stuff. Yeah, it's a little bit too much weird. It's a little bit too much weird for my. It's a little bit too much like you see someone that you've never seen before, and then all of a sudden they're drinking a cup of coffee next to you. Then fucking before you know it, they're following you on the sidewalk, and then next thing you know, they're your neighbor. And you're just like, well, where'd you come from, man? A little bit too much coincidence. So, anyways, the Challenger report, ADP report. Yeah, I understand the simplicity of even if it's not nefarious, the ADP report or the ADP quarterly report means nothing at some point. It's like useless. It doesn't mean a fucking thing. You can't really compare apples and oranges with ADP and the full labor report for the country. I don't know. It's kind of bizarre. Anyways, we'll get back to. We'll move on from this. We're going to talk about Gamma really quick. Or what we'll do is let me see if I can bring something up for you really quick. Let's see how this thing is going. I haven't looked at it in a bit, so let me just take a peek at this. $2026 outlook. Let's look at this really quick. So this is our outlook for the year. So you can see it here. Everything is fine right now as long as we're holding this, just so you can see it here. As long as we're holding this 680, this is the place where you're buying dips, just so you can see it. Now we have a rejection here, and then we have a trip potentially above here into potentially up into like pound on 700, and then some kind of a move higher up into 710, 720 into summertime, believe it or not. Middle of summer up here. So as long as we're holding this right here, no real concern. We're still holding this. You can see where all these buyers are. No real concern here. You can see that. You can see like the push up right here. Push up right here. Then this one right here. This is the big boy. We got one up here, one down there, one over there. You got one over here. And as long as this holds, it should keep pounding. Unless we get some kind of underneath this support, you'd be looking at that next level. So as of right now, if you're thinking about where are we, we're going to crash, all that kind of stuff, just note that this is on a weekly basis, but we can look at this on just like this if you want. This is a daily basis. If you just want to see where all the buyers are, this is where all the buyers are. This is where buyers are, where the buyers are, where the buyers are. Unless we have some kind of other pertinent news, this is where the real buyers are. This is where the FOMO gang gets burned. If you ever hear anyone out there in public saying, oh my God, we're going to crash, those are the same people that are buying tops. If you ever look, this is FOMO gang. This is where the buyers are. Fairly easy chart to look at, right? This is the simplest way to look at it. You want to see it? This is like no-brainer stuff. The dip buyers step in, buy it up. Dip buyers step in, buy it up. Dip buyers step in, buy it up. And so there's some expectation that buyers are going to step in again, keep pounding on this 7,000. We don't have yet the seasonal drop here. I have this listed as, I think this is March 20th OPEX. So if you get seasonal weakness lower, 640 or something like that, that's possible, but just note that this is where the buyers are. Buyers are here, sellers are here. It's fairly easy to see. In case something changes, you should be aware that this is likely bottom. In and around this area is where they step up and they start buying. You would need to see some kind of news outside of this bullshit news that was just dropped to get us here, in my view. And your window likely stays available until about mid-March. Maybe I would say like March 13th. Usually it starts trading sideways, and then you'll start to see the fade. It could be February, but you'll normally see the market just start fade. Like, it won't really drop like we dropped. It'll like trade sideways. Normally, not always, but normally it'll trade side. It'll be like something like this. It won't be like this here. It's kind of nonsense, sharp. It should be something where we're like this, sideways, typically. You're changing trend. So we want to watch for that. We haven't seen that yet. We haven't seen any trend change. This is not trend change. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know you got a lower high over here. It's terrible, but until we see some kind of like break underneath here, new lows, that kind of stuff, and even then, we're still on trend on the weekly here. So just be aware of that. So when you're listening to people right now talk to you, when you see people talk to you about crashing and fucking major corrections and I don't know, the whole entire world is crashing, all that kind of stuff. We're just in the same fucking place we've been. Going back since, actually can start it back here. Going back since October, the first time, October 1st. I mean, you can even count this one right here, this thrust up. This was the September 17th thrust that came up. You can see it right there. They pounded it up again, back down, tried to say no, out, back again, and now we're right in the same fucking spot right here. Once again. And they'll be right eventually. I think eventually they'll be right at some point, but, they've been wrong too many times to count here. Again, just another time where it's like too many times to count. And then you've got, of course, the this is the worst since the Great Depression. We're still on all-time highs. Let me draw you a little something here just from some perspective. I know you guys all freak the fuck out. We'll just put that right there, and then we're gonna look all the way down here. When you're asked if we're crashing, that's what you're saying. This is way the fuck down here. This is way the fuck up here. So just be cautious with what you're consuming out there on social media, on CNBC, on all these other fucking news organizations or whatever. We're not there yet at all, in any way, shape, or form. And if anything, this is where all the buyers are. They're all buying down here. They're all buying right in this zone right here. And they're pounding it up and up and up and up. And you're going to expect them to step in here too. And they've been stepping in the past like week or two. They're still buying. Not the week. Past few days, they've been in there buying. And they're buying while you're trying to sell. And they're buying to try to get it up. If we do begin to sell, whether it's in springtime, let's say this outlook is inaccurate or wrong. This is the other part where if this is wrong, and let's say we're going to start blasting down, there's plenty of time to do it up here. And there's a lot of room in here to make money. Let's say it's all the way down here. There's a ton of money to be made. Don't feel like you're missing out or anything like that. Just note that you want to be below where the buy zone is. You don't want to be selling a buy zone, just like you don't want to be fucking buying a sell zone. I don't know how more clearly to state this here. I do think your best chance of a bigger roll is in the fall, but whatever. Well, you can look at this on your own if you want. What's fascinating about this is if you look closely here. Nope, hold on, I'm gonna turn that off. If you look closely in here, this is, I call this year opportunity. So they're buying, they're buying, they're buying, they're buying, and they are even leaving a little bit more room of buying down here. And it's one way or another, in my view, going to even if we have let's say we have a spring instead of a fall low, I still think it's going to be this. You can see rotations everywhere in the stock market. You can see stocks that shouldn't be as low as they are. You can see stocks that are being rotated out of on major highs. You can see a bunch of Fangman stuff that hasn't completed a fifth wave. If you look, like, so at nighttime and on weekends in more depth and once a month and even in the quarter, I look at everything, not everything, but I look at a lot of different shit. Like, I'm inside of every sector. I'm looking at like currencies and crypto, all kinds of cryptocurrencies, rates, commodities, fucking sectors in S&P 500, the Dow, you name it. And when I'm looking at that stuff, if you've never done that out there, there was a dispersion trade from last summer. It started, I want to say it started in the summertime. It became more glaring towards the fall. And S&P 500 stood up. You can see the rotation as it's been taking place. And it's not like a crescendo. The best way to say this is that, like, under the surface, it's not like normally you see everything pumping same time, and it's like a crescendo. You see like spec growth go risk off, sector by sector goes risk off quickly. The only other time I've seen something more like this would be 2022 or 21. But it was very clean. Like, we're cutting legs off the stool, and there was only a couple legs holding up the market. We're not in that right now. They started cutting those big legs last year, and they started to spread things out in the market. So I don't see the grand super cycle ending at this point. I know that there's a whole third of the market that thinks this is the top of a grand super cycle going back to I believe it was March of 2002. It was like 99. No, yeah, it was like not 99 from I think it was like December of 2001. Had like a back test in 2002 in March, something like that, and then that created this grand super cycle. We did something like this last year too, where this is more nesting. You'd expect one sharp correction, but the trend is still up. So if that's the case, I would be very cautious this year with the crash talk at this point. You really would need to see either some kind of a blast down here and then a rejection, and then not crash, but I should say like trend change, where the market begins to turn into that grand super cycle stuff. This is like a big trend change versus sharp corrections or sharp corrections to go higher. This is what's called nesting. That's what we're in right now. You would need to see like big trend change for to go with that thesis that this is the grand, I don't know, fucking grand poobah cycle magician wizard thing that they're all talking about right now. And not only that, this could spell some kind of a major blow off up here. Whatever this thing is right here, I would be very concerned if you were like, oh my God, we're going to have the Grand Poobah crash. They're going to rip your fucking faces off. You will be the supply for this this blow off. And there are other, not S&P 500, but like a prime example would be Bitcoin has a later expectation. There should be some other rotation here. If you guys get the yearly report, I explained how small caps will likely save the market down. Well, DIA will save the market over here. DIA falls off, and then IWM steps back in and kind of drags the market up higher into the end of the year. So just be cautious of this stuff. Be very careful of what you're consuming. I think I said that yesterday before in the Discord. I was like, be really careful of the doom and gloom that gets pushed. Those traders, I'm going to be honest with you guys, those fucking traders are either losing traders, those traders are pushing a narrative for their own gain, or those traders are consuming garbage. This is not the place where you're saying sell, 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 sell. And if you're getting that information, this is fact. This is where the buyers are. So be very careful of, extremely careful of when people are telling you to sell. We already know that 700 was impassable, that it was open, that it was impassable. Just be more aware of that door. And if anything, what this does, if they're buying here, and you've got a bunch of, we don't want to say this, but a bunch of market supply, we need that for the market to go higher or lower. The same thing applies here in the inverse too, which is, you get everybody like buying puts right here, and they pay for these moves higher. So just be careful of that stuff. If you're hedging on the upside, I think that's fine up here. We've talked about hedging up here many times. I think I've told you on the stream and in Discord, hey, we're up here again. There's another chance for you to hedge, right? And I think that's appropriate when you're up there at 700, 705, 715. Whenever we're up there, you throw a hedge on. But I think telling people, yeah, oh my God, we're going to start crashing. Oh my God, we're going to start crashing. It's either disingenuous or they got to hedge from much higher when you don't. And so you're the guy slamming the buy button on puts, and they're probably selling you those fucking puts, or you're buying at the wrong place, wrong time. And as a matter of fact, you've been given, I don't know how many, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 opportunities to hedge. I don't know how many more you have. You might have one more this month. You might have, one more in March. You got a couple more opportunities here to try to throw a hedge on. If your viewpoint is different than mine, so you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's fairly easy to put some time on it. If your opinion is we start down here and down there or whatever, just be careful of what you're consuming right now. Go back over here. Start watching this stuff start moving up. And we're at the put wall this morning, and I'm fascinated with the idea that you get that ADP kind of bullshit, then you get the Challenger kind of bullshit, and then they move the NFP over to next Wednesday. Maybe we can get another test down below on Wednesday of next week. So we can get that doom rolling again as we get closer. There's one other thing here too that I want to talk to you about if I can. Note to yourself too that if you heard stuff like this or the doom and gloom, if you heard this in a like if you heard this like at different times of the year when you shouldn't hear this stuff, I would take note of that. When you're like the closer that you get to expected seasonal weakness, when you hear this stuff, it's like par for the course. It's kind of like a bull saying we're gonna go up, bro, in summer months, right? Hey, they're gonna buy the dip after tax season. Hey, they're gonna buy the dip for the summer trade. Hey, they're gonna buy the dip for the seasonal low in the fall, right? You expect that. So I want you to think the same thing right now on sell side, that it's expected that there'll be seasonal weakness soon. So you'll hear those drum beats increase as we get closer and closer to the end of March. They'll become louder and louder and louder and louder, and the panic that it induces, you just turn it off. The same thing with the summer trade. If you hear everybody saying we're going to go up, you kind of turn it off. You kind of know it's already going to happen, so you don't really need to listen to it. If you were to hear something different in that time period, like let's say right now, you hear something like, we're not going to have seasonal weakness this spring. That would perk my head up. Hey, why is that person saying that? That's unusual. Or maybe the masses start saying that. That's very unusual, right? This is par for the course. So unless you hear something like everybody saying, oh my God, we're not going to have any sideways or down, we're just going to go up all spring, that would pique my interest because it's outside of the norm. So just note that you're listening to the norm right now, not the contra is blasting in your ear. Make sense? Okay. I got to go through this every spring and fall. I got to go through it every spring and fall. Terrible. I'm like, yeah, I know. You're a rocket scientist. We're coming into seasonal weakness, yeah. First time, huh? First time seasonal weakness, huh? Okay. You called it, bro. I don't know what else to say to those guys. Anyways, trading 680 right now on SPY 680. SPX just parked here, so you can see it right here. Just parked on 680. We're a little bit above it, but it's still same fucking 680. Think tighter, guys. I gotta drink some water. Ugh. My fucking throat is fucking killing me. Sorry. I felt like I ate a big latex stick or something last night. It was like bumpy, had waves on it or something. Just kept jamming it down my throat all night long. It was dry too. I had dry mouth or something, just like sandpaper. I think that's 6,800 right there. Leave this up here. Yeah, that's how I feel right now. I was telling my wife earlier that I've been talking for like almost 8 hours a day for like 5 years or something like that. It's not doing me well. Move that over there. Anybody out there adding stuff? I'm adding, just so you know, I'm adding stuff for March 20th. I got a bunch of longs I'm adding. Some of the stuff I'm doing for my family and stuff, this private stuff, but I'm also adding my own accounts. A bunch of longs here for March 20th. I got long calls, long stock. I'm loading the boat. Maybe I'll ask people. Must be the only person doing this in the whole market. That makes about sense. Look at Qualcomm. I gotta look at Qualcomm real quick. They just punched through their. They're looking for a low of not 120, of 123. Besson was on being interviewed this morning. I'm going to read some of that to you really quick. Yeah, this is weird. I'm reading. Says Besson was asked about ABS impact from credit card caps. The Treasury examining what caps might do to the ABS market. That's odd. The credit card caps were introduced by Bernie Sanders. It has gone nowhere. Nowhere. It was introduced. It has not passed the Senate. It has not passed the House. It has not gone to the president. It has not became law. So that's fucking tits on a bull. It means nothing.
Bostic says if the Fed is going to do its job well, it has to think about issues.
Voice news disconnected.
Means nothing. Trump has talked about a 1-year cap on credit card rates. That would make sense. If it's 1 year, it would be used to keep him in power for the vote. The street might get into that. They might be down with that. That looks like Bessent is asking the street to do that, to keep Trump in power. Vis-a-vis the House of Reps and Senate. Besson saying Trump has talked about a one-year credit card. There are lots of rumors of China developing digital assets backed by something other than renminbi. Oh, I'm assuming it's gold. I don't know if China is working on digital asset challenge. The rats are leaving the ship in Iran. Iran leadership wiring money out like crazy. That's all political stuff, means nothing to us right now. Iran's leadership moves are a good sign that the end may be near. That should send us rocketing up, of course. We are at the beginning of a manufacturing boom in the U.S. Besant says we're at the beginning of a manufacturing boom in the U.S. That is true. I've already shown you guys the data on manufacturing and industrial plant construction. That began 10 years ago. Is it through multiple administrations? Machinery builds the last 5 years. The machinery that goes into manufacturing, the machinery builds have been out the door. So he's correct in saying that. Even in Detroit, it's not talked about a lot in Detroit, mostly because it's hard to see. You have to drive the back roads of Detroit, but if you look through Detroit, every building in Detroit is being torn down and rebuilt for manufacturing. Detroit is glaring in its manufacturing capability coming online. I'm assuming this has something to do with all this other stuff that's going on right now. He also says we'll take it under consideration whether to sanction Russia's shadow tanker fleet. We're kind of already doing that quietly. Additional Russian sanctions depend upon peace talks. I think we're moving ahead at the right pace anyways. It's something that's being done. It takes time. I don't see anything else here from Besant. Bostick says inflation has been too high for too long. I don't know what the fuck that means. Honestly, I don't know what the fuck that means. Does Bostick want disinflation? I don't know what that means. Honestly, I can't look at the inflation rate and say, like, what's too high? I don't understand that. I don't know what that means. It's like shaking your fist in the air or something. And it's not a part of their mandate either, to be disinflationary. Important to keep policy moderately restrictive. This is all bullshit noise. If the Fed is going to do its job well, it has to think about issues over the long run. Other officials, such as those in Congress, have shorter horizons. It seems that all looks like noise right now from Bostick. I think even Wolf said something in an article about how, or in a comment, he said you might get one or two more cuts. I agree with that. You're probably going to get. There's a high chance of us getting a cut or two from now into summer being out. I would save it for seasonal weakness. When you saw that outlook that I showed you
says the
earlier,
Treasury market has been very resilient.
You're likely going to see. Are we still pushing the Treasury? Buy Treasuries? Fuck off! Get the fuck out of here buying Treasuries. I already went on a rant about that. I'm not going to go on it today.
says I'm seeing very good foreign demand at Treasury auctions.
Yeah, but there's always been foreign demand in Treasury auctions. Well, if that's the context he's speaking, I'll say something else about Treasuries. I don't know if I said this before, but you hear people say things like,
Commentary
"Oh my God,"
from the Qualcomm CEO says consumer demand is very strong.
The U.S.
and
is
Treasury
going to crash
Secretary
because no
Besant
one will
says we
buy
have
their
had some of our
bonds.
best auctions this year.
It's not how that works. They can entice with higher yields, and then the U.S. can print money. We are the largest economy in the world.
Qualcomm CEO says there's not a
We
demand
can print
issue,
our
but
own
there's a
money and
memory
buy our own
supply
bonds.
issue.
I know that sounds shocking to people tell you that market will crash and we'll be in the Great Depression if that happens. That is not true. I swear to God. There is. I went on a rant about this, but I know at the end of like month and end of quarter they push the bond narrative, but I'll give you one more warning here, an important warning. Inflation is bottoming, and as it begins to rise, I mean full inflation. Like you got inflation for goods, and then you have good inflation for services, right? Services has been I saw someone ask somewhere, why is inflation going up in services and not goods? The goods one is a more complicated answer, but the services one is greed. That's the answer. Greed. Pure and simple. A services company thinks, or a services company consumes that goods are going up when they're not. You might have nit or picking, like, oh, look at a coffee man, but they don't show all of goods, just the ones that look bad, like one out of a million different other goods. So what they do, services do, is they go, oh yeah, look at that, inflation's cranking. So they just start cranking up their fees. That has a really bad effect, of course, right? It makes it more glaring, and then of course we're all fighting that inflation. So it's more opportunity and greed. But of course we had some QT, but now we're back into QE. You could see 2 more cuts and a little bit more QT light, I guess, or less QE light, to deal with that. But the bigger thing that you need to recognize here is that there should be some kind of a bottom in inflation. And the initial bottom and rise of inflation, the only way to outrun that inflation in the beginning is to usually invest in places like the stock market, not the bond market. If at any point, though, you do see the Fed actually tighten, not threaten, not talk,
Freddie Mac says the
but they
30-year
come out and
fixed rate
say we're going to
mortgage
start a
average
tightening
is
cycle, that's when you should
6.11% for the
start or
February
can
5th week,
start
up slightly
considering
from
moving into more safer
6.1% on the
investments.
prior week.
Um,
15-year fixed rates at
I'm not
5.5%.
talking about other shit, but I'm talking about your wealth. Not like, oh, I'm saving for this or saving for that or whatever, or a portion of my wealth is in this. I'm talking about going full tits bore. I'm out of here. Fuck the stock market. Stock market's going to roll down. We're not there yet. Not yet. And you're likely not going to see that tightening until you start seeing inflation ramp. It's I think Trump said, I don't know who said it, maybe Trump or Besant, but it was the run it hot economy. That's been bandied about. We're going to run it hot for a little while. When they say that, we're going to run it hot, that's up, not down. It's up. Stop stock market, chase inflation. It's the wealth effect. The wealth effect is for the masses, but it's not for stock market participants. They do make outsized gains. That's for Bob and Mary on Main Street. Qualcomm CEO, consumer demand is very strong. It's not a demand issue. It's a memory supply issue. I posted a video on Twitter earlier in the week about this. It's a demand issue. It's the bear. It's the bear game. Qualcomm saying it's a demand issue. Or it's not a demand issue. It's a memory supply issue. And that is, do I build more manufacturing plants? That down there. If demand wanes. And are you pushing forward the 6 month to 12-month Gen AI timeline? When you think about the Gen AI timeline, the general AI timeline, there are more factors involved. There is corporations, U.S.-based corporations. They can come into agreement on this stuff, but then they have to compete with foreign nationals. They have to compete with China, India, Europe, everybody. It's not everybody, but large nations that have the ability to either manufacture or to purchase and develop general AI. So you have that variable in all this. You don't have governments all saying they're going to slow it down, and then you have that competing with the corporate profit interests of U.S. companies that don't want to fall behind foreign competitors, but at the same time, not, if Gen AI is real, not be rendered not needed as a chip manufacturer if you do make a breakthrough, or when you do make a breakthrough, there's probably a potential for other companies to step in to create those chips. I think the best I think the most likely outcome is that a more public-private partnership, almost like defense companies, where you see with like Boeing and companies like that, where they're public but they're they're private, publicly listed private companies that are kind of still tied up in too big to fail government protection. You'd probably see that at some point in the coming, I would say, next year or two. You should see some kind of discussion about that. SPX just grinding sideways. We're just parked here sideways, not doing too much. We have on Friday, 10 a.m. Michigan consumer sentiment. No other expected news except for retail sales on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, we get non-farm payrolls and the unemployment rate. They've been moved. They were supposed to be tomorrow. They have now been moved. Thereafter that, we don't have a bunch either. We've got existing home sales. And then that's on Thursday the 12th. And then the 13th, we get the inflation rate on Feb 13. On February 18th, we get the FOMC minutes. And then on the 20th, we get GDP personal income on Friday the 20th. Fairly benign February. Fairly benign. Not looking at too much crazy town ahead in terms of data. They wanted it today. You can see that they were trying to create some volatility today. They were hoping for that NFP to come through today. Yeah, we're horse trading right now. We're trading. We're selling puts to suckers and going long here. That's what this looks like, at least. The price action looks like that. It's just going to take some time. And if anything, this reinforces a major support level for hedging. It was kind of crazy. This actually leads to pretty big ups. This could actually send us above 7,000 potentially. Everyone's on the wrong side. Not everyone, but who supplies the market. I had an alert go off this morning for RR. We charted that a week ago as a potential buy zone. It's on their trend buy zone right now. I haven't bought any, but I was thinking about buying it. I've been thinking about it now for like a week and a half. But I did get an alert this morning for RR, Rich Tech Robotics. They have a partnership, I think, with let me just find out who they have the partnership with. Keep an eye on this company. Rich Tech Robotics. Portnoy law firm announces class action on behalf of Rich Tech Robotics. Securities fraud investigation into Rich Tech Robotics. The Portnoy law firm advises Rich Tech Robotics investors of a class action on behalf of investors that brought securities between January 27th and January 29th. Investors encouraged to contact Leslie Portnoy. It says that Rich Tech Robotics class action lawsuit alleges that throughout the class period, Rich Tech Robotics claimed that it had collaborative commercial relationship with Microsoft when it did not. Rich Tech Robotics class action lawsuit further alleges that on January 29th at 12 p.m., Hunter Brook Media published an article entitled Breaking Microsoft Denies Partnership with Rich Tech Robotics, which alleges that Rich Tech participated in an AI co-invention lab engagement, which is a standard customer engagement focused on exploring and prototyping AI solutions using Microsoft technologies. There is no commercial element in this lab engagement. On this news, the price of Rich Tech Robotics Class B stock fell more than 29% over 2 trading days, according to the complaint. The Portnoy law firm represents. Let's just check to see if there is or is not at this point. If there's any new updates on this. We got some sources on this. This is ironic. I'm reading the AI thing. The AI overview says Rich Tech has initiated a collaboration with Microsoft through Microsoft AI Co-Innovation Labs. And then I looked at the source and I clicked on it. It says it's bullshit. Here, so we've got AI not. Can I talk to this AI and say what the fuck? Negative feedback. I report a problem. Can I report a problem? Send feedback to the literal fucking source. Should I say fucking? Maybe there's somebody that's reading this. Source for your garbage. Garbage AI. Says this is fucking false. When your AI says true. Holy fucking shit. Your AI is garbage. Yet again. Submit, not factually correct. I still want to buy these fucking guys, though. Let me look at these guys. Let me look at their financials. Revs look pretty good. No, not really. The revs look like shit. Oh, no. The revs were down in 24. The revs were up in 25. They still have a bunch of buy ratings. Their financials don't look that good. 2025 revs. Most of our revs are kind of low for what they're doing. Expectations are high. They're doing better since Q2, Q3 of 25. Q4 looks good. This one person says it's a dilution trap. I don't doubt that. How long have these guys been around? And they've fucking been around for a bit. Not too much. They started at $4, went up to $12. I think this fucking thing collapses. $179 million buys at the top. Jesus Christ. They still have more selling to go. Don't be buying rich tech robotics just yet. It's trading higher now. Here is the trend going up. They had on this one day on January 27th, they had 175 million shares. And there hasn't been, there's no, okay, that's not too bad. 175, and then next day they had 107 million, then 98 million. I'll set an alert on this fucking thing. Looks like they were buying this. They're buying this bottom. Set an alert at $2.10, and then I see they're on their first. They're right where they should. $2.89 and $2.19. They started buying the dip on Feb 2nd, 3rd. There are some flows coming in the new month. Looks like someone's just buying it at the beginning of the month. That looks like fucking auto buys. Every other candle is fucking red. We'll just keep watching it here. I'm not willing to buy it. Not yet. Not with that Microsoft shit. I mean, in late 2024, they were 52 cents. They should give that whole fucking trade back. $0.66. Sorry, I'm not watching this. See it there. Also note that we have Amazon after the bell today. We're going to spend 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. looking at the end of the week last reports. Currently 12:18, so somewhere around this 2 p.m. right after this 1:30, 2 o'clock. We've got VIX fuckery time. We'll start talking about some of these reports we have coming out today. Give me a second. I got to place some alerts on this RR. I just had one go off this morning. To check back on it, I want to put some new alerts on it. Ugh. Let's take a
And
look at
best sense
RR
hearing
together.
at the Senate banking panel has now ended.
Voice news disconnected.
So this is RR. They said that they had a partnership with Microsoft. Microsoft denied it. The really big concern here is this candle right here. So you can see that candle right there and that candle right there. The initial downstroke over here took out most of this candle, implying that this was going to roll down eventually. You can see in this candle here, they got sent packing again. And then they had this, we've got a Microsoft deal, and now they don't. If that's the case, there is no Microsoft deal. You would revert back to this candle right here. So you revert back to this original low. And you would expect at least a sweep of this one right here. What's more fascinating is that this is November of 2024 that I was talking about down here. I would think that we would trade down here. If you were to erase this stuff over here, I don't know how to make that darker. Shit. I don't know why the fuck that's not. Maybe bring it to the front. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. It's not working. It's behind it. You get the gist, right? Just get rid of all this right here. This was already making its way down. It already hit this thing down here. Already erased that candle, so you'd expect this to at least come back down here. You now have your upside down cup, and then the handle, and then maybe you get another another attempt down here. You can kind of see they bought this in December of 2024, likely not tied to Microsoft. They're likely going to be right about here to keep coming and accumulate it again. So we'll set an alert down here for RR. Set another one down below. It's $1.38. Right in there. Let me just check this on a month here. That's where I would think the buyers here, and then we'll also put an alert right here. And see what's up with. We'll just check this whole thing over here. This seems kind of reasonable. You can see nice little move right here, nice little move right here. This is higher, but with this fraud thing, I'm going to expect to come all the way back down here and trend. We'll start talking about this. That fraud allegation is pretty bad. They have to fight that in court. I'm assuming that if they win their court case, it'll come right around this time period. There's also some gaps down here at 80 and 65, but we're not there yet, so we'll wait until we get down here to check again. SPY making its way higher again, trading 680.89. Coming back into the opening price. I'm going to take a quick break, go to the restroom, and I'll be right back with you guys. I'll put the news squawker on.
Changes to avoid a worst case scenario, and says it's hard to differentiate structural change from cyclical fluctuations. We must be careful not to misdiagnose economic weakness. So again, Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says the Bank of Canada is not expecting unemployment rate to trend higher given how little growth there is in the labor force. It says lowering rates in the face of a weak economy could stoke inflation if the weakness is due to lower productive capacity rather than a cyclical downturn in demand. And Macklem says we should see some gradual improvements in the labor market in ending 2027. So keep in mind, in 10 minutes' time at 12:40 p.m. Eastern Time, Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem is due to speak. Of course, we have already seen the text release for this, but the speech itself taking place in around 10 minutes' time. So US Envoy Witkoff says the delegations agreed to report back to their respective capitals and to continue trilateral discussions in the coming weeks. 5 minutes until we're expecting comments from Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem. Again, we have already seen the text release for this. We have put out the full text from Macklem on the feed for those interested. So the IRGC founder says that Iran will trick Witkoff just like Putin did. So according to a founding member of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, Iran could easily trick Witkoff just like Putin did. So keep in mind, Trump currently speaking now, just commenting that the result of the legislative elections are very important for the future of Japan. And for those interested, we have put the Telegraph article out on the feed for those interested, again, citing an IRGC founding member. Trump says, "I'm welcoming Takaichi to the White House, March the 19th. So those comments from Trump just coming from a recent Truth Social post.
All right, I'm coming back now. Just give me a second here. Coming into the half an hour trigger. Hang tight, guys. off. Go over and look at the trigger screen. Looking for this breakout up here. So you can see it. Looking to break out and away here.
Keep in mind, in 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we're due to have the White House press briefing with Press Secretary Leavitt.
Get rid of this. Just take a look at the week. You can see already we started on the day underneath.
Trump on Truth Social says, I had a very productive discussion with UK's PM Starmer about the island of Diego Garcia.
Pink Taylor goes,
Trump is saying that it is the site of a major US military base strategically situated in the middle of the Indian Ocean. So in essence, in this Truth Social post, Trump is saying that he's keeping the right to militarily secure the Diego Garcia US presence.
sorry about this, guys. So we want to be looking at two things here. We had the first, this is on a daily basis. We had the first downstroke underneath the daily trigger right here. This is the second downstroke here. This is extremely bearish. The daily trigger is higher. Not extremely, it's just kind of bearish.
Saudi Arabia
Daily
sets
trigger
March
right
Arab
here.
light
This is
crude
not
oil
good.
OSP to the US at plus $2.10 per barrel versus ASCE Aramco.
So you can see this right here. You have the one candle that's a down move here. You have the new low right here. This is pretty bearish when you see something like this. You see the downstroke all the way over here. Buyers stepping in to hopefully recover, but not out of the woods yet, right? Buyers not out of the woods. Need to get above 685.80 and taking out these kind of highs right here kind of quickly. 2, 3, 4 right there, right? Something like that. Put us back out of harm's way to go higher. There's still a gap left behind. You can see it right here. The gap down here. I was showing you that on SPX earlier. There's one more down here. There's probably one more hidden at the moment, but there's one more in here. The buyer's stepping in down below. Buyer stepping in again. Half hour trigger wanting to maybe come back down and go higher. I want to note this one at 693. You can trade, or we can trade all the way up here. You've got the reversal to sweep that up. Even if you come up here, you come down, it's going to be a bloodbath down below. So you kind of need to be up here, right? Here's your daily trigger. I need the first one right here, the next one right there.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we're expecting the White House press briefing with Press Secretary Leavitt. The live video is on the feed for those interested.
We're not putting her on. I can't listen to her, no offense, but no, what's important about this here, this white line, the importance is if at any point you see price come down and sweep, it implies that the door is open to go lower. There are some other important things here. We have 680. Which is right here. The big. Sorry, we're so fucking close that I can't. Damn it. All right. Let's try this again. There. So we want to note this 680. We know that flows come in at 680. We also want to note this 685. You can always do this with dotted, smaller dots or something. Make that smaller. There we go. Just to notify that because it's cash market and then the 690 up here. We're going to roll back a little bit and just look at that daily again. Right here, make that 2. We want to go back and look at this daily really quick. And I want you to look above with me. You can see. So it's targets here, 1, 2, and 3. This shows a trip up here. At least to this 4 hour. I would expect 693.45 is at least the target. We already did the 4. You're looking for stuff that's exact. There's the hidden, here's the hidden gap right here. There's a gap down here, 671. There's a gap over here. I would say we leave this one behind. This one is very viable right here. I don't think we do it, but just a note about it. Somewhere right, no, we did this like this. We didn't do it from there, we did it from here. This is what your brief was. Up there. Had that one on your brief. We kind of were looking, no, was it higher or is it right here? We had that one in the brief right there. Keep this 2 just to make it nice and clean. 2, add. And we've got this one down here. Well, this should be on 80. It says 9 a.m. 10 a.m. right here.
So we're shortly expecting the start of the White House press briefing with Press Secretary Leavitt. Again, the live video is on the feed.
Still kind of in there right now. We had this one down this morning too. Just want to stay consistent with what we're drawing for you at nighttime. Take a look at it like this. This is 10, 12. You see him trying to sell it here at 12 o'clock, trying to sell it down. Failed. These are your 12 o'clock flows. Right there. See, they tried to sell it down. Tried to sell it down again on you. Failed again. Trying it again. Looking for the sweep under here before going higher. That's the attempt that's going on. They're looking for a flush. You know, they want the doom into the end of the day and then up and away. Go back and look at this on an hourly basis. So you can see it kind of cleaner here. We pushed it up, and they're 12 o'clock. They're trying to send it down. They're trying to send it down. They're trying to send it down. Let's look at a 1 minute. This is where the buyers were right here. Up. I don't think that matters right now. We're going to trash that for now. I think it's somewhere closer in here. That looks about right. Somewhere in there. There's your right here, shoulder, head, shoulder and up and out. You do have some, like, you got like 85 flows up here. that'll likely try to sell you down. And you have the 4-hour right here to sell you down. It'll be bumpy trying to get up and out of here. You've got this high to beat right here. This is your marked low. This is your prior high. You're looking to get above that prior high and then come back down. This is your 1, 2, 3. 4 and then 5 up there. Come on. So this is going to be important right in here. So pay very close attention to what you don't want to see here is just watch this prior high. You definitely don't want to see a failure here because they'll send it down. It is critical to get that new high and then hold above this right here. Just keep an eye on as long as we don't want this coming back down in any way, shape, or form. You want this continuation. So watch this closely. This still looks fine right now. On a 30-minute basis, we look good. This all looks great. This all looks fine right here. You can see in this hourly right here, this hourly velo, there's two things that are bad here. First one is we're in negative gamma on daily trigger. That's not good. Another thing here is you don't want to see this here. If we lose that, if we lose this bottom, we could be seeing new lows. There's no guarantee of that. What you could end up seeing is just that dip get bought. They're up, up, and away. So we'll just leave this right here. I think that's right where they came to, right in there. That was the real difference right here. You can see it. 1, 2, 3. Somewhere down right there. And you're coming into 80 right now. We'll know real quick here in a second. You should get buy flows like right where we are. You don't need this stuff here, though. I already know it's there, so we don't need all this crazy fucking shit in here. Just need to know that we're going up, and we need this new high right here. We need to close that gap, hit that 4-hour, no matter what the rejection is. Excuse me. I don't care if this rejection comes all the way back down here. Don't care, because this is all part of a bigger move. As long as you hold that, you're good to go. What we're going to do is we're going to switch gears here and look for, just so you guys are all same page on this stuff. Keep an eye on the 680. Keep an eye on 670, 678, 71. We're going to switch over to the last large. We've got two more. We've got SoFi on Friday morning, American Express, Verizon. We also have Chevron, ExxonMobil, Charter Communication, Linden Basel, Auto Live, and Air Products on Friday. I'd be fascinated to find out their how much they make up the Dow Jones, as it looks fucking super bullish for a squeeze. After the close, sorry, I've got the wrong chart here. Hold on, guys. Damn it. Like we already had that report. We already had that report. Hang tight here. Like, am I fucking going crazy here? Come on. After the bell, we have Amazon, IREN, Reddit, Strategy, Roblox, Clean Spark, Bloom Energy, Affirm, Atlassian, and Microchip. Then on Friday, we get Roivant, CBOE. We're going to look at CBOE today. We've got Canopy Growth, Centene, Under Armour, Biogen, nVent, Toyota, Planes, and Auto Nation. So the first one we're going to look at here is going to be, we'll look at Amazon together. Let me just move these out of the way. Excuse me. I don't know if I'm getting sick, maybe. Like, am I getting fucking sick? I think I might be getting fucking sick. I better not be getting sick. Fucking kids. Hold on here.
Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says we haven't really seen yet new markets open up for Canadian firms, and that's certainly something we're looking for.
I don't see anything from Levitt right now. That's because she's not on. Looks like she's being prepped. Did you notice that Trump, I was looking at some of the Trump stuff this week, and he toned down so much shit this week. It was ironic. I go to hot stocks. Here we go. What's that? Watch this closely for a dump. Can I put this earnings calendar over there, maybe? Okay. We're gonna start here. Sorry, I gotta move a bunch of shit around here. I gotta open one more thing. I gotta open up OpenAI, or not open. Yeah, open. What's it called? Option. .ai or whatever the fuck that thing is. There's Amazon. Amazon has an expected move with Friday calls closing, or this Friday calls closing of 7.2%, 88.9% IV, 7.2% expected. The low expected is 208.38. The high is 240. Fairly significant. We're going to take a look at Amazon together. This might give you some buying opportunities.
Shortly expecting Federal Reserve repo operation data.
We're going to look on a 3-month basis. Just check a 3-month candle here. Interestingly, AMD and
Macklem says
Amazon
an
are
AI
two.
productivity boost means the Canadian economy could grow more without adding inflationary pressure.
We don't,
Voice
no,
news
I like Canada,
disconnected.
but not important right now. What is important here is that of the stocks that, let me go back to a month here, or a day. Go to a day. Start with this. Interestingly, guess who has not completed 5 waves? Amazon, AMD, a few others. Sorry, I've got the Carolyn on in the background here, very low. What's interesting is if you just look right here, you've got 1, 2, and just by measuring, that ain't done yet. So there's 1, 2, 3. This belly here should be way up here. That's where it should be. And that implies a move higher and then a down move for spring and then a 5th wave up for summer. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4. Did I get that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5 strokes. Now we got to watch this closely here. Let's do this together. We got 1 up here, 2, 3 parts unknown. Four, and then 5. And there's your 300 right here. Likely a failure or a pop and drop. Maybe this might give you some better idea of why I come up with these yearly expectations. So you can see this. Now, of course, we're in a binary event right now. We'll lower this a little bit. We're in a binary event with earnings season, and you want to start thinking about so you get the prior high, the new high. This is not counted. No, I'm sorry, that's not real. This is all part of one trend right here. Now, you could actually count this right here. Count like this right here if you wanted to, and this could even be higher. But at any rate, you get the gist here, right? Tick, right? Worst case scenario, there's still a little bit more up to go. And this is the base case over here to hold all this stuff. Now, on Amazon on a smaller time frame, this is a big time frame here, right? You kind of have to start thinking about what needs to hold here, what doesn't, then binary events, do they really matter or not? You'll see that we get, move my thing over here, see this binary event right here? Everybody thinks they're slick. Sell it down, breaks the trend, but it comes straight back because of a binary event. So we want to be looking here as in a smaller time frame. We want to be thinking about where these buyers have been. They've been in here. Well, that's 200, 210. You can see that. You've got some weakness, right? Market weakness right here. Maybe if you can get any kind of chance to buy down in here is kind of nice. You can see prior earnings having that same effect. I don't know if we can get that right now. I'm not sure of that. We're going to go through it and take a peek at it here in just a minute. But just for the overall sense of where we are. Now, there is a problem. And the thing that I don't like is this prior high right here at 260. And this looks like it's turning down still. So I feel like up here, they're telling you, no, the way is lower. No, the way is lower. Then where is the support? Support is likely here, 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 right down there. That 210. There is a gap to close down below here. So any kind of like, oh my God, down here. And you can also see some kind of a right in here, come up here, down, up, down, and then some kind of a breakout right here. Remember this March. And there's your fifth wave or your third wave for March, and then you're looking for your fifth wave for into July over here. On a daily basis, daily velocity looks like shit. That's garbage. That does not look good. Your weekly mixed bag here. You could go under for just a minute. You could actually see very small moments of weakness, but nothing too major. There is some concern with this divergence on a monthly basis on Amazon, but this could take a long time to play out before it actually gets nasty. Things look ugly, and there's a divergence in monthly velocity versus price. You could also see, if you see a fall low, right? Fall low, and you see that match up over there. So you get the fifth wave, we roll down. You're kind of doing that inside of a year correction on Amazon. On a 30-minute basis, take a look at it here. The daily is just getting started. We'll look at a prior example of this. Roughly right here. Let's see what happened. Started turning negative over here. See what happened in here, because I think we're going down on Amazon, but let's look at it. You see this little pop and drop? A little bit of a pop and drop in here, and then down, and then eventually it starts to recover. We've seen a lot of that recently in these earnings. Has to do with options more than don't like this stock or whatever. You can see the buyers here, 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 and here. And price is just above it, 223, 210. There's a target down below of 207. And 202. The options market has the downside priced in right around there. And you can see that we're selling up here. See it right there. Selling down, selling down, selling down. This is bullshit, by the way. This is all that bullshit employment stuff. Not real, fake pricing here. This is all fake. But the intent is to get price lower. So a better price. You know, the stuff like this looks more like opportunity to me. I think I said it in your yearly brief that any down that you see is likely not tied to economic cycle, business cycle, I don't know, geopolitics, U.S. politics, policy, none of that kind of stuff. More opportunity to get long. So not necessarily bearish here, just what's the good price to get on this stock. What did I say we had targeted down here? 207.25. Look back at a 4-hour. And so this all looks like opportunity driven, right? For some reason I can't put that where it needs to be, but you can see that it's opportunity driven. See that buyers showing up here, buyers showing up here, buyers showing up here, and they want a bigger dip. Right? So the buyers are in here, put big push up, buyers in here. Cha-ching, get paid. So this buyer is likely hoping for another opportunity to start that cycle again. And then some kind of a summertime print. See it right there. There's the breakout. They're hoping for it right in here. See it right here. Hoping for that right in there. That's the hope, at least. I'll make this a 2 so you can see it. Give you a 4. See a little dip right there. See it right there? They got the dip just before earnings. They bought it again. This is their last earnings. Hope they would come back down here and they can buy this. It's you know, just after, but that would be the hope. This does bring into question SPOOs retracing a low. Whatever the low was from this morning, some kind of rejection. So if you saw something like this and then down below tomorrow and then out of here, big rotation. New month flows. Make that green because the buy zone. You can see they already bought this. They're likely going to buy this whole trend all the way down. Go back and check the month to see if there are any other violations in here. So this one right here was, this candle was taken right here. So that candle was taken out, which leaves this one open right here. So this is where the buy is, right in here. Somewhere in this zone right here is where the buy is. If you do take, If you take that one out, then you're looking. Yeah, it's somewhere in there. It's lower. It's 207.26 in my view. Here's your weekly buyers right here. The buy is likely 207.26 though, somewhere down in here. I want you to watch this. I want you to watch this with me here. You see this? You're talking about needing to hit this one here. And hit that one right there. There's your first prior high. Right there, and then this one right here kind of needs to be higher. That takes out that one, preferably even this one. Like that's what you're kind of looking for there to even begin to get out of. There's your daily trigger. There's your hourly trigger. You need a lot of work in here. It can happen, but it looks like they want it lower.
Podium check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Audio check. Audio check.
I don't know what this lady's or this guy's doing. What I would suspect is with the wanting it down here, you're probably going to get a squeeze. So
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. 1 2 3 4.
Bring this back over here. This is where your new month flows are for March.
Mic check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Audio check. Audio check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Front mic check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. 1 2.
I would love to fucking buy this one too. I'm like hoarding shit right now. Hopefully Cap's a buyer down there. You also have your monthly in here. Roughly right there. You know, somewhere up in there, you can see it right here.
I'm just standing here to check. Okay, I'll say that I was so traumatized by your lack of friendliness. Just because I think no, it's my own craziness. But like I saw you yesterday at the Melania thing, and I kept trying to get up to you, and you kept going like you were moving away as I was walking away, and I was like, "Well, that's because you're too popular. You have a lot of friends." So I I'm trying. Yeah, I was having Charles, South Carolina.
There's 220.
It got a little chilly at 75. Yeah, and it was like, oh no, what is this? We spoke. Yeah, we spoke. I had to drive up 95. It was beautiful. Everything was great. Living large, and then literally I drove in and I put on the weather channel, and they said, "Oh, get ready for this bomb cyclone." See if I got a question. 20 feet of snow followed by tremendous ice.
And some kind of a stall up here. And murder the fuck out of options.
And then my wife stayed, she's still in.
You have OPEX.
Well, the last storm, they got snow, but it wasn't where she was. She sent me a picture of like a coating on the grass. And I was like, oh, yeah, I got about.
This should come back down again. Just like that. Something like this. Just like pin this for OPEX, come back down for month end. See if I can make this not as messy. Should grind down here. One, two, three. Up. Up, slam, slam, slam. Grind, 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 grind. There's your hourly trigger coming down. Your weekly says, no, you can't get out. And then you're out of here. This is your W. Something like this. You can't really talk about it. You can't really talk about this unless you can't really talk about getting long on this unless you're up here. Your hourly triggers underneath. You can become a buyer again. If you can't do that, then the idea is to go lower. If there's this many people short for this outcome, I do think you squeeze into the bell here. Let's give this until either after the bell or Friday. Come back for Monday to start attacking it. There's 15 right there. Fuck is 15? No. It's somewhere down here. Just like that. Wham, 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 wham. Roped in here. Seller, seller, seller. Pants on fire. There's that 207. Something like that. $218, $220. Failure of $220. Slam back down again, and then finally. And this should be a double, but we're not going to fuck with that. You're just going to get above this right here. And that would be your high right there. What's fascinating about this, too, is watch this closely here. Because you've got this daily trigger coming in again. The hope would be that Amazon comes back down for a spring low and then unclenches to the upside. Something like this. That's what I'm thinking here. None of this matters for right now, but SPOO's coming down into 678.71. Not a lot of time left there. I wouldn't worry too much about SPOOs right now. You know they're gonna try to stall this right now. Just looking at Amazon right here. On a more refined basis, you should likely see some of this kind of bullshit here. I'll give you till this is either gonna be a rip up and then straight back down, or it's gonna be into Friday, 0-8 calls, and then 0-8 tech calls, and then back down over here. So I'm gonna give you till Friday. Don't pay too much attention to weakness in SPY right now. Pick this back up at Monday at 9. If you really want to get crazy, you can do it right there. Let's see what this is with expectations. On the upside, expectations, it's 240. Let's just call it right here. See the 240 up here. So just so you can see this, if they do squeeze up here, you could easily wait to buy the dip. There's the hourly trigger. There's the daily trigger. You could easily wait to buy this dip and catch that one right there. I don't see this happening. What I see happening is quick blow off up here to kill puts. I think they rope you in at 230, 232, 3. They don't pay any of the big calls up there for the earnings. They murder puts, and then they come back and print the puts later next week. This is this is probably the most fuck you outcome right here. I'll give you maybe this much right here, if you're lucky. I don't think you're getting up here to this 240. I don't think so. Low probability, I would say. And if the earnings are that kick-ass, here's your W. Let's say the earnings are fucking stellar. There it goes up there, it goes up here. Oh, I gotta sneeze. You just march this trend straight down. Capitulation end of month or OPEX. The other thing that's kind of funky about this is like 210. This could be before. And then you're at like 210 for OPEX. Raise that up a little bit. Back on trend again at 210. 10 to 10. Nice big round fat zero down there. Nice big fat round zero over there. I think if you fuck with any of this down here, you're gonna find buyers. I would not be fucking with these guys down here. You're gonna catch a reaction down here. So if you're like bloodbath, they'll push it straight back up. They'll push it straight back up. Even though monthly is weakening, it's still strong-ish. Be aware of that. This is also if you're an option seller or if you're a condor guy, or there's your shit right there. We're right in the middle right now. If you're selling spreads, anything like that, more than likely keep everybody in here. Even if you get the upside move. If you got the upside move, would be something like this. Weekly would carry you next week. You'd still be looking for some kind of, maybe like Vixpiration, Bloodbath. Vixpiration, Bloodbath in here. OPEX pin, still up and out. So if you're an option seller, more than likely you're safe in here. In this range. Can't believe I do this shit in public streams. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll post this in the Discord. If you're an option buyer and not a seller, is that right? If you're an option buyer, not a seller, you should be paying attention to these white lines over here. If you see any kind of blood down here, it'd be trying to buy it. If you see any kind of like pop up here, it'd be trying to sell it, right? So you're a buyer down here, seller up here. Definitely not in the middle for where we are right now. This is not the place for, even if it goes up here, it's not the place for you to buy and dips up here. It really isn't. Even this trend right here. Well, I guess you could say that with it being such a fucking binary event, you just wait for the dump down here. Nice easy call spread. Up and out of here.
Magic fingers.
Okay, so I posted this Amazon for you. Sorry, I'm trying to keep up with the Discord here. I'll give you some quick reviews. I'm going to go quick on these. A second here. I don't like Iran. I'll just make these fast. Hold on here. I'm going to give you some quick ones here. And I'm going to keep this stuff kind of like Iran has been a favorite of ours. This is Iran. What it looks like to me just off the top here is a double correction. I am a little concerned with this high and this high. If I had anything bullish to say about Iran right now, it's the fact that you had a high and another high. That leads me to believe that this could maybe be a bear trap. This is what it looks like right here. Off the top of my head, it looks just like this, like double correction. But you did have a new high up here. And not only did you have the other high, you have a double correction already inside of this. 1, 2, and 3. That makes sense. So if you're like a bull and you're like, well, what about all this over here, Cap? This is all still valid right now. Like, this is not valid yet. If you're just looking at this point right here, this beat, see the beat right there? So this can go all the way down here, believe it or not. There is a beat right here. So theoretically, this is the first leg of a 5-legger, or even at least 2, or 3, excuse me, 1, 2, 3. So off the top of my head, it looks like a larger double correction, but there is some points that a bull could make. They could say, well, you got the high up here, you didn't automatically sell. That's not as bearish as you think. You also have the prior high right here, and they beat this one right here. We have not violated the triangle. So what I would say on Iran is you're waiting. It's the same shit. You're just waiting. We'll keep an eye on this one right here. There's a small gap down below. So the prevailing thought here in their ER would be down. I don't even have to go through these fucking. I don't even think I have to go through this stuff. Somewhere in here. if you see Iran bounce, you could start considering this next move higher up here. This does make sense because this puts you out into summer months over here. You would see more down in April. You'd see an up move into, potentially see an up move into mid-March, and then you'd back test this right here, and then up and away into June, July. So I'm not necessarily bearish here on Iran. I would more or less just watch this play out. So no trade on Iran right now. No trade, just observe. I think there's a bear trap in here. Now, if you see this breakdown, you can start becoming a seller in here. I wouldn't be a buyer here necessarily yet. So you're not ready to buy. If you see this shit blast the fuck down, make a new low, start getting bearish, they'll start doing a larger correction down here. It's not valid right now, so I'm not going to tell you that this down move is valid here. It can be, it just isn't. It's more than likely a bear trap in here. So just watch this. You have plenty of time to get on this trade in the summer. Plenty of time for this to turn up. You can see that, you can also see the big fuck you over here, summertime. And there's your May OpEx. Come back for June. I like Iran anyways. There's your down into April 15th. Oh my God, that's beautiful. Look at that shit. So fucking gorgeous. Look at it. Oh my God. Whew. It's so fucking bullish, depending on how you look at it, but just want to observe this. Just watch this for Iran. Not bearish on this stock. Reddit. You guys want to do Reddit next? Here, I'll just, let me, what sucks about these, if I don't spend enough time on them, I might miss stuff. Fuck is that? No. Fuck is that YOLO bullshit? The Reddit really quick. So here's Reddit. Reddit was outstanding. They did come in and trap in buyers. There was a gorgeous trade in here for a breakout. It did break out. They did trap buyers in here. You see that? Iran did not do that. This is interesting right here. This trap and sell down. Pretty vicious down here. I'm bullish on Reddit going up again. This is Reddit, right? Rid of this. I would keep an eye on Reddit for a new low right in here. Some kind of capitulation. Got to shake out the last of these people right in here. Right there. Just looking for one last little bit down here. Smash that. Back up again. This is Reddit. Something just like this. You could even see something more like this. She's still not on right now. She's being heavily prepped right now. Preferred is down lower. 120 bucks. Let's talk about this really quick. This is where all these buyers are in here. You see them? $88. They bought 94. 112. Last buyers right where we are. See them right in here. This is also a cup and handle. Nice, beautiful cup right here. Here's your handle. Right up in there. Be a nice place to fail too, like right below 200. Keeping the man down. You back test right in here. Check this really quick. Right back in here where they were buyers again. Can't say this is going to go lower. It might. But I don't think so. I think it's going to come right back to where they were again. Check this real quick. This is where the buyers were right here. Start talking about that later. There's that. There's that fucking. Whew. Just look at this fucking thing right here, though. And then you're looking for a fucking bloodbath in here. This is a fucking bloodbath right here. Another bloodbath. Something like this. Dude, better there. Let's Reddit. That's all I'm going to look at for today. CBOE, I want to look at them really quick. I've always liked the CBOE. You should too. And look at this fucking thing. It's been a gore. This stock has been nothing but fucking beautiful. Financial services. Look at that. Woo. I don't see this coming down. This is not mania. If you go to the Fred and you look up all the money that was sucked out of the system, now they're putting money back in the system. If you look at financial services, these fucking things have done nothing but charge. More and more and more and more money. I've talked about CBOE now for years. It's one of my favorite fucking stocks out there. It just keeps fucking moving. And there's a reason for that. You want to pay very close attention to the Fred and financial services. I think it's PCI. And financial services, man, of any sector out there, has not stopped charging more and more money. Like, if you talk about like services inflation, where is it? Financial services. It is fucking crazy. If you were going to talk about the bubble popping, and you're like the tech bubble is going to pop, and that's going to be the reason for the market downfall, this is the other one. This is it right here, and this is why you bring up things like 2008. Even this morning with 2008, if you're looking for something that's when it falls, it's going to be a fucking mess. It's going to be these companies. These companies are like, oof. We haven't seen movement like this in financial services since 2008. So if you wanted like a blend of 2001, 2008, this is one of them. There are some hiccups along the way. There was a really bad month. In 2025, and another one back here in 2024. But quarterly, they recovered quickly. And this is more due to you and I not paying them their fees. A whole bunch. This is like, or in this trend of going up, the only time financial service fees goes down right now is when sentiment, because most of you are bulls, so you're not placing trades. You're like, oh God, the market's going to crash. I'm not buying any calls, whatever the fuck that is. And then they lose money. That's the only time they go down right now. Look at that fucking thing up there. It's a beast. So bad. I will say something, though. On their earnings, right? If they consolidate into their earnings, or even if they're consolidating into their earnings, they rip. If they're going up in their earnings, they rip. Earnings over here, rip. Earnings over here, small down, but then rip. So they do have a lower high right here, but I'll be honest with you. Fucking 300. One way or another, whether this thing comes down for a minute or not, 100. It's gonna, or 300. It's moving for 300. Expect that in expect a rejection of 300 in mid-March, and some continuation 310, 320, and then a fall down into October. And this should be your basing zone up here. This is your base right here. So even in this push up higher, you know, in October, November, wham, they're going to try it again. This should all be like election volatility. Oh my God, everybody's going to lose their job. Panic at the Disco. And they should be stepping off up here at some point in the new year. This will become a big, you know, bam, 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 then down, double top kind of shit. And then you'll get shanked over here somehow. Even then, dudes, like look at this monthly over here. Like even then, this monthly is going to be up here. If they continue this fucking bull market next year, God, sorry for coughing on air like that. Bullish. You should have been owning this thing for past few years. Fucking look at this fucking thing. Look at that. Just never stopped. Never gave any of it back. Up, 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 up. Do not short string. If you really want to short this fucking thing in a meaningful way, just keep looking at the Fred. It's disgusting. Banks, credit cards, financial advisors, anything surrounding like the U.S. service sector, like the highest number of professional. The U.S. switched from a manufacturing country when I was a kid. They were warning about it when my dad was young, but then when I was a kid growing older, we were going through that. if you look today at the number of white-collar professionals out there in the U.S., they're all in finance. Everybody's in finance. You go to like Chicago on a day when they're doing shit in the park for the banks, it's just fucking wall to wall. You go to, and every city has these places like being reimagined. I was just in Boston. They have Seaport. That's their new financial district. It used to be in downtown Boston, no longer. Any of these major cities, they're creating financial districts, new financial districts. Even Detroit, Benzinga has a headquarters in Detroit, and then there's finance offices up and down buildings in downtown Detroit. I was in a bar recently. I posted on Twitter. I deleted it because I didn't want to out any of these people. Like, that's Bob, that's Mary. So I only had it up for one night, but I posted it on Twitter because I walked into a bar in Detroit, and it was literally finance bros. Like, I'm talking like asses to elbows, hundreds packed in, and I had never seen that in Detroit. I was like, God damn. Everybody's a finance bro today. Everybody everywhere is in finance. The U.S., being a service-related economy, it's all, not even engineers, it's just all finance bros. Finance gals, bros. There were women there too, it wasn't just men, but this is what it's all about right here. Biggest service industry in the U.S., financials. This is the CBOE, bullish, own it. Until something else changes, we go true risk off. What else do I have here? So that's the CBOE for tomorrow in the morning. I'm going to look at one last thing by request. I was asked to look at Bitcoin. I was asked to look at some Bitcoin. We're going to take a peek here at BTC. You guys know that I like buying Bitcoin. Very rarely do I like to buy it. We're going to take a peek at Bitcoin next. Move that over there. Yep. Is this Bitcoin? Yeah, that's Bitcoin. Okay, so Bitcoin. We're going to take a look at this one. Big giant move up here, right? Some nice dips to be bought, though, in this. This looks pretty clean, cut and dry. When everyone's talking about, like, trading 56,000, stuff like that, the reason they're saying that is because Bitcoin tends... There's two things about Bitcoin. It tends to trade... Traditionally, there's two things about Bitcoin that I want to talk to you about. Number one is it trades traditionally. It follows a lot of traditional shit. Fucking bear fucking flags and bull flags and Elliott wave counts, that kind of shit. The second thing that it trades on is sentiment. Your sentiment, my sentiment. It's very sentiment driven. Those are the only, at this time, like Bitcoin's traded on a bunch of different shit over the years. The only two consistent things that I see. So when you see people like pontificating about Bitcoin and shit like that, they're saying these things because of how clean it trades, generally speaking. So when you hear people say 50,000 on Bitcoin or why it's going to go to 50,000, it's because it's going to give away half of this trade. An overall trend, it's going to be like this, it's going to be like this, it's going to be like that. Notice how SPY has not mimicked this. So I want to ask you another question. If you think the stock market is crashing, this looks more like sentiment will be rising, right? You would think, right? How about sentiment rising into summer? How about a little bit of give back in the fall? And then it really comes out to party late year. Even if this is only a double upside correction. I'm doing this a little bit wrong here. It should be a little bit wider. I'm on a month right now. I'm way past. Hold on a second here. I'm on the wrong scale here. Hold on. You get the gist, right? Let's go to a day. And just look at this right here. Like blood, right? And you're talking about even if this stops and goes up, say this we fuck around in here for a little bit, like a smaller trend or whatever. Even like this doesn't matter. The fact is that when this is done, whenever this is done, I want you to think about that. Sentiment driven. You're talking about crashing the stock market. SPY is trading 680 right now. You got people out there telling you the stock market's going to implode, the fucking, whatever, the AI bubble's going to explode, this is going to explode, that's going to explode. I want you to think about this, just this Bitcoin. And you're talking about a big stock market crash, and yet this is almost complete. Trading 66,132. Even if you didn't get a new 5-wave pattern in here, get the 5-wave in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is March of next year. This is in your brief for the year, right? This is December, Jan 1. You know, this is your 5th wave, or maybe no 5th wave. Does it matter? Does all this matter? My bigger question to you is, how the fuck is sentiment going to be going down? Even if you have a hiccup in here and fall, there's your fall hiccup, and then the rampo-rama. I don't see it. I'm trying to figure this out. Where does this sentiment come from? Where does this stock market crash in April and July come from? You're telling me that this is going all the way the fuck down here? That's what you're trying to tell me? It's going to go like this? Like that? Is this what you're trying to tell me? It's doing that? I don't believe that. I really don't. I don't see Bitcoin at 20,000. I don't know what the fuck. Maybe, what is it? You got to tell me something out there. Fraud. I mean, I know it's fraud. I know Bitcoin's a fraud, but they're going to buy the fuck out of this. You're going to buy the fuck out of this whether you like it or not. They're going to ram it. So when you look at stuff like this right here, and you look at the acceleration in this.
Here today. Thank you all so much for showing up. And
here. Okay.
I apologize
I'll
for
be
the
quiet.
delay. The president and I were watching the press conference.
You guys hear her? I'm trying to keep it low enough that you can't hear her.
Guthrie's mother, which is just a heartbreaking situation.
I'm going to turn this down, and then I'll listen to it in the background. God, I got to make my the things I do around here for you guys. I don't know. I used to try to listen to Biden. I couldn't listen to him either. He was fucking boring. I'll listen to it in the background.
I also have a quick scheduling announcement.
Hold on a second here. I got to turn this shit down.
At 7 p.m. during prime time, President Trump, Dr. Oz, and National Design Studio Director Joe Gebbia will officially unveil Trump's...
Just going to turn it down, turn it. So do you guys understand what I'm saying here? Like, I don't care if this fucking thing stops dead and then starts selling. You understand? I don't care if it stops in here. The point that matters is that sentiment is going to drive us up into the end of the year. Hold on a second here. Doggone it, if you're out there, I'm ready to give you whatever time frame you want. For Bitcoin, you got to tell me in the Discord which one you want. You want a daily, a weekly, 4 hour, 1 hour? God damn it. Where the oh God, when by? 54.36.8. It's pretty, I think that's fairly, did I write that? I just think I slapped that in there. It's somewhere right in here. Where is he? You're buying this. You're buying it right now. It doesn't matter. Just buying this whole entire. We hit the 100,000 right here. We talked about that. Here, let's talk about this really quick. Let's go back in time a little bit with Bitcoin. God, I got to listen to her in the background. I know some of you guys like, all right, I'm. This is like you listening to AOC. If you're MAGA, this is like you listening to AOC for me. I got to do it. It's like the gang. So let's look at this dip buy over here because we bought Bitcoin right there. Do you remember? I did it at like fucking 4 a.m. I got on fucking Twitter and I'm like, I'm buying Bitcoin. And then our boy, one of the biggest Bitcoin bros out there was like, that's right. I follow this guy for that reason. And we were looking for a trade to 100,000. There's 100,000 to 105. Somewhere in here. They drove it all the way up into the half an hour trigger, which is what or the weekly trigger, which we trust more than the 100s and 105s. They send it back down. And we also had charted out that after this 100 trip that we would be going where? I think it was 56,000, wasn't it? If I recall, 56,000 you start accumulating. So the next stop for this index is somewhere in this like 50, I think it's 56,000. Let's go back over here and look. It's right over here. You're going to expect these buyers to step in. Let's look at where they are. They bought this one right here. They bought this one. And they started launching it up. This is like 65,000. Where's doggone it, God damn it? The world's coming. What? They know this in advance. I've been saying this fucking price action for Bitcoin for like months. They shouldn't, like, there should be no Bitcoin bros. Tell your Bitcoin bro friends to stay the fuck off Twitter. Stop following Bitcoin bros. Not all of them. Some of them are good. Pamp knows what's up. Pamp follows me because he doesn't want to follow the Bitcoin bros. I follow him too because he's smart as fuck. Even though he does crazy shit, he's still awesome. So somewhere down in here, right? Let's take a look at where those buyers are. You guys think it's right here, don't you? They're going to give you the pain down here. So this is where it was bought right here. You see all the pain down in here? You see how it's like pain. You would at least expect 54 grand, maybe 56. You start accumulating in here. Right there, right there. I can see why you're asking, because you're asking about this one right here. No, the answer is no, don't buy that. You can. It's going to go right back down again. Even if you go up, it's going to go back down. Remember, this is sentiment driven and traditional charting, Elliott wave bullshit charting. So no matter what happens in here, you want to be waiting. Now, if this is sentiment driven, I gotta mute this. I can't listen to her while I'm doing this. If this is a sentiment-driven stank, we can already tell that as soon as we get into fucking January, literally January until like late April, early May, sentiment begins to shift. So this is retail sentiment, because you guys fucking, no offense, it's not all of you. I'm talking to retail, not you guys. But retailers drink the fucking Kool-Aid. They drink it all. That's why it's there. You are built to be the supply for the market. So when you see this sentiment, you can clearly see it start early in the beginning of the year. In retail sentiment, kind of just like, if this was Jan 1, you'll see like retail sentiment just shits the bed until you get into like late April, late May. Like retail sentiment is fucking poison. Like, especially when it's bear, like when it's seasonally expected sideways or down. It's one of the worst times of year. Twice a year, I fucking hate listening to retail, and there's a reason for it. 70% of retail are bulls. That's huge. And it's probably higher. It's probably like 78% of retail. So twice a year, you can't fucking listen to a retailer. You just can't listen to them. It gets worse and worse and worse and worse. It's like, it's the stuff of nightmare fuel. And then even if we have a bear year or a bear market, it's even more intolerable. When you come into these like seasonal weaknesses, you know to step out of the way. You know to be more cautious. You don't need to be fucking so fucking annoying. But in truth, this is, you know, not this chart, but this retail sentiment, it just nosedives and it never improves. Every fucking year, whether it's a fucking bull market, whether it's a fucking bear market, does not matter. So there's certain times of the year where I'm like, oh God, I don't want to listen to it right now. And especially because they think that there are top callers and it's just seasonal weakness. You know, if you're calling some shit like that and like seasonal strength, and you were right, I'd be like, that motherfucker is a badass. But it's rare when you see that kind of trader. They're very rare traders. So when you find them, you latch on to them, of course. But some kind of contra trade that's even bigger. So right now, for this time of year, sentiment's really shit in the bed. If this is April, May, we're in February 5th. We're like right about here on the oh my God, the stock market's going to crash meter. Right around here. We're in the, oh my God, the stock market's going to crash. Oh, check it out. It's so horrible. Look at it. So it only gets worse. And then down here, you'll get the fear, right? It's not going to turn up. But you know this every year we go through this, right? Oh my God, it's not going to turn up, bro. No, it's not going to turn up, bro. Not going to turn up, bro. And then they're getting long. And then, you know, they're like, oh my God, bro, is so bullish. Look at that. And, you know, then we go back in the fall and they're, oh God, it's going to crash. You know, my shit's all fucked up. And then, you know, it's the same process year in, year out. So I wouldn't buy this. I wouldn't look at this. I wouldn't look at this low as the low for Bitcoin. And the reason for that is because of sentiment. So you're looking for April, May to get long, and you're looking for this to complete. So I'll draw this just like this. I'll make it really fucking simple. Sometime in right about here. And get rid of that. And sometime in here. Let's call it May. It shouldn't take until May, but somewhere in here. in this vicinity, I would expect sentiment to shift. I would expect this to all be cleaned up down here. You got this one going on right here. There's that nice little red one right there. Oh my God, it's so terrible. Somewhere in there. So terrible down here. I would think that this is going to take time. Down there, and it's going to swoop right back up again. Right in there. Now, can you start adding right now? Sure. You can start adding here if you want. Here, 60,000, 54,000. Start building a position. I just wouldn't be looking for. I just wouldn't be looking for any kind of excitement. Maybe you get some maybe you'll get a little bit of excitement in here. You get something like that, and they're all like, "Oh yeah, bro, it's gonna go up." And something like that, and then it's just like that. And you can kind of see these sellers up in here too. Oh my God, it's gonna break out. There's your Bitcoin bros. They're wrong again. It's gonna break out. Oh my God, like, doom, 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 doom. Oh my God, it's gonna break out, then down like this, and then eventually you're up and out of here. So we'll just draw it just like this. We're at 65,000 right now. I'm going to go a little bit lower at 60,000. I'd like to see this fucker plunge. You're going to get some kind of stupid fucking, like, oh my God, the world's going to end. This is a nice little capitulation move in here. You're probably going to get a really bad, I gotta be honest with you guys. I don't spend a lot of time on social media right now. Consuming social media, I've limited my consumption of social media. We'll check this real quick, but let me go up in here for March 20th. Sentiment should turn up a little bit. Right in there. Sentiment will go down about the 15th. Right about there, but it's going to plunge. Something like this and an escape that way. Something like this. And let me look at this. Yeah, I don't really care about this mess down here. I just care about the fuck you and then the fuck you again. Couple nice capitulation moves in here. There's your daily trigger. Flirting with the bear market. Here's your weekly coming down right here. The final fuck you. You should have a monthly, a daily, and a weekly right in here, like a big 3 cluster in here. Plus you got this one right here moving higher. Let's look at this really quick. I'm going to check my shit, make sure I'm not wrong. Something like that. Right, and look at that, it's fucking perfect. Right, just right in there, just trying to grab that fucking thing. This is going to be a fucking huge move up. Let's go look at this on a. Let's go look at this. This is a daily basis. Let's check a month really quick. Hey, look at that. Hey, there's the monthly right there. Shocker. Let's look at the 3-month. Slightly lower down here because of this these buyers right here. Slightly lower at 50,000. I don't think you get that low though. There's the quarterly right there too. I have it slightly higher at 54,000. This all looks right. I would be hard pressed. This all matches up to Elliott Wave. You got the weekly fuck you know up here. We already talked about this in the past. That's old school. Start selling before you hit 100,000. Don't worry. Don't bother staying in for the 105. The big fat red, fuck you, no. And I don't give a fuck if it squeezes. There's your W. There's your day. Look at this. This is all bad here. And look at that. It's almost near perfect. I didn't even need the line. I actually tagged it perfectly right there. There's your 80,000. That should reject. It's so clean, dudes. It trades so fucking clean. It's one of the most beautiful, not beautiful, but just easy. It's just kind of Bitcoin, bro. It's right here. That might be bottom. I want to say it's going to go maybe up and down, up here, and then down, and then up. That's fucking gorgeous. Look at that. It's near perfect right there. There's your double bottom. You get an auto buy in 60. I think this looks right for sentiment. I'll give you one more thing in here. If you really wanted to do like Captain Jim James used call lot, if you really wanted to punish these fucking bulls, Oh, sorry. What do you guys want to see? Shrink chat window, please, so we can see tickers. This is Bitcoin. Oh, this is fucking BTC. This is Bitcoin. I just posted it for you in the Discord, the full screen. This is Bitcoin. I just wanted to give you guys an update on Bitcoin, bounce around, sentiment's shitting the bed, and use call lots like 5586. And fuck no, I don't think we're crashing here. Oh my God. It's fucking doomers. No offense. That's not what's going to happen, Cap. It's going down here, and then it's going to zero. Maybe, I mean, if you wanted to make that argument, if you want me to play devil's advocate, if you want me to play devil's advocate, you're banking on World War III. You're banking on maybe the more rational. If there was like any kind of an argument against this, you would say that it's maybe a U.S. stablecoin potentially. People are fucking dumb. So to think for a minute that people wouldn't like run out of Bitcoin and put their money in a U.S. backed stablecoin, that would never shock me. People are fucking dumb. Because I still think that stable. Well, I guess it's backed by the full faith of the U.S., but that introduces all kinds of. I'm going to tell you guys something here. I'll tell you guys something about stablecoin, U.S. stablecoin. The United States of America, right? Let's say they had a stablecoin and they're like, it's backed by the full faith of the United States of America. It could easily turn into something where, let's say stablecoin crashes. They could just tell you to fuck right off. We're not printing money. They could blame bad actors trying to remove all the money from that stablecoin, and they're just not going to do it. I want you to know that like I don't like the idea of a stablecoin unless it's maybe based on something. If it was like based on gold or something, maybe like it has to be backed by something. The backing of the full faith of the United States of America, that doesn't cut it. The United States of America rug pulls that shit all the time. All the time. And you've got to also deal with regime changes. You got to deal with, there's a lot that's said right now. Like, I don't know. Maybe I just wasn't old enough. Maybe. I was kind of old enough in 2008, 2000, kind of, but I didn't have wisdom from age. I, as an adult, like 25 to 35 is when I started feeling like an adult. And realizing how fucking dumb I was when I was younger, and then realizing that I was gaining more wisdom as time progressed. By like 30 years old, I was like, I'm feeling good about being an adult. By 35, I was like, let's fucking do this. And I got better and better in my adulthood. You should too. You should expect that in life. You should try, even if you don't have a lot of hopes and dreams and shit, you should feel better as you get older. I'm saying that because right now in my life, everywhere I look, it feels like the height of a lot of things said, even for things I love and like. Doesn't matter what it is in my life, that are just not true. There's a lot of like maybes, coulda, shoulda, possibly. We might do this. We're gonna do this, but we haven't done it yet. So I'm always like questioning. I'm always questioning like these days. I'm always questioning the stickiness of things. When I was younger, things stuck. A lot of things stuck. Not everything, but a lot of things stuck. Last time I remember something not sticking was the 2008 financial crisis. I watched live our politicians standing on the steps and the whispering in airs saying, you can't debate this over the weekend. You need to cut a check today. Or McDonald's and Walmart workers across the country will not get fucking paid. Every officer worker in the U.S.'s check will bounce. That was what the conversation was. So, like, only in those moments, I haven't seen stuff like I'm seeing today. So if you wanted to say like why it should crash down like that, I can't tell you what it's going to be. Where it goes to zero or some shit. Stablecoin maybe could add that volatility. And if you don't think that people will flee to stablecoin, they will. And I don't even think that's fucking safe. I think like tangible fucking appreciating assets is where it's at. Even the stock market indexes is probably the closest thing to that. Closest thing to like a tangible asset in the stock market, S&P 500. End of story. Maybe the Dow. Maybe the Dow is a little bit more resilient. But outside of that, real estate. I mean, I know you get better gains in Bitcoin. I know you get better gains in Bitcoin than you do in shiny metals. So I understand the reasoning behind it. I know why you guys trade it. But if you want it, I'm saying this because there's a big sentiment that the stock market's going to crash, and you really need some real fucking like for Bitcoin to go to 20,000 on a stock market crash this spring. We've ended the super cycle and the market's over. I need a better reason than I don't know. Everybody's scared. With Bitcoin in particular, to go to like 20,000, 10,000, I have a hard time believing that. It would have to be something that's more geopolitical or stablecoin, maybe. It has to be something big. You know, maybe it's the Epstein shit. The Epstein shit is starting to bother me. It never really bothered me. Only recently, and it's not I mean, I know it's gross and disgusting, but I'm talking in terms of Epstein files, stock market, or Bitcoin, or sentiment. Maybe there's risk from that. If like that shit is like the layers are coming off quickly. There was a hacker group that broke in and or hackers that not broke in but found passwords. They've been releasing stuff unredacted. None of that shit's hit the hot sheets yet. You don't know if this whole thing just unwinds and unravels. Maybe that could do it. And what I mean by that, by I wasn't concerned with the Epstein stuff, is I'm getting a little bit more concerned about the Epstein stuff rocking our financial system, our government, that kind of stuff, in that light. So I'm not trying to say that that's not bad shit. I'm just saying to you that its impact on other aspects of our economy or sentiment across the United States, which Bitcoin runs off of, maybe that could do it to go lower. Epstein possibly, but it would take something earth-shattering in my view to trade anywhere near 20 grand, 27 or lower. It would be something big time. Something wrong. So that's where I'm at with Bitcoin right now. What time is it right now? 2:49. We got 10 minutes left. We'll switch back to so you got the Bitcoin outlook from me. You've got Iran from me. You've got Amazon, Reddit, CBOE, Amazon. We're just parked right now, not really doing too much. They're kind of trying to send us down, but they're not. We're on 6,800 just as we were earlier. Not expecting too much here until the close. We'll go right over here. We're awaiting Amazon. I've got us going up here. We haven't given this up at all yet. That green line matters right here. This is that half an hour that I showed you earlier. We haven't lost this. This move has not been is not complete right now. We're just trading sideways right now, so don't be looking too much at this yet. I was looking for a flush here into the end of the day. I don't think you're going to get it. I think this is a flat correction, so just stay with this, and we'll watch this into the close. It's kind of putting around right now. Watch this closely. I'm going to take another quick break. It's 3 p.m. I just went through a bunch of fucking different tickers for you. I just need a break. Just 5 minutes. I usually sit here like almost 8 hours a day with you guys, and I do my other shit that I got to do for the community at nighttime. So it's a very long day. It's like 12 to 18 hours depending on the day. And that's not even my family and myself. You guys see what happens when I take care of myself. I'm looking on Twitter and I'm like, bam, 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 bam. Let's have some fucking party time. So just leaving out that Bitcoin thing. I want you to think about that when you're talking about the stock market crashing. You know, under the surface, it started last summer. Under the surface, we've been correcting, and we've been correcting since. Why do I look so weird in camera right now? Maybe it's because I'm looking so high now. I have to change my camera. But when I see things like Bitcoin, like it's not just Bitcoin, but like I'm looking around the entire market, like Bitcoin is screaming sentiment is going to shift to become. Hold on a second here. Sorry, there's an alarm going off outside. I want to make sure it's not one of my vehicles. If you're bearish, like stock market, no, not crash. If you're, hey, we're gonna have a bear market, 1.5 to 3 to 5 years. If you're on that train, not a crash. I want to show you guys something. Like, I want you to do two things. I want you to go back and look at the 1990s. We had violent crashes, but not a trend change. That makes sense. Like we're going up violently and we're having crashes. That's also known as nesting. That's not a change in trend. So what I want you to think about, if you're in that, hey, we're going to go into a bear market, I want you to just look at a bunch of things like Bitcoin, and I'd be looking at all TMT. I'd be looking at financials. I'd be looking at some of the data behind financials and why they keep going up. I'd be looking at the economic cycle and all that other stuff. And I can't see it yet. It's not that I can't see it. If I see it, I will say something, but I can't see that right now. It looks like a big, giant fucking trap. Like they're correcting the things that are supposed to be corrected, and the market's not coming down with it. And when those things start turning up, it could be violent to the upside. There's a bunch of issues that are almost near completion of a correction. And those drivers of the stock market, those big boys of the stock market, they're ready to fucking rock. So I would just leave you with that and that stuff. And Bitcoin's one of them. You can kind of see it right there with Bitcoin. And if that's a sentiment-driven stock, or not stock, but sentiment-driven symbol, it's looking like it wants to turn the fuck up in a major way. You can't have that sentiment turning up and not the stock market follow along with it. I'll be right back with you guys. Just give me like 5 minutes. I got to get up, walk around. It's 2:53. I'll be back for Amazon reports at the end of the day. And what else? I think that's it at this moment. Cool? No, I can't look at anything right now. I've been sitting here fucking since before 9:30. It's I want to. I will. I'll look at Marvel the first chance I get. Hold on. All right, I wrote it down. I'm like a people pleaser, so I'll try my best. I gotta take a break. I gotta get off the chair. Just give me like 5 minutes. I'll be right back, and I'll post a Marvel chart for you in the Discord. I got you, brother. Give me like 5 minutes. I gotta go pee really bad. I'm going to put the news squawker back on again for you. Press Secretary Leavitt saying, I don't know. Iran's doing bullshit threats right now. One of the country's most advanced long-range ballistic missiles has been deployed at an underground missile city. Oh, God. The Kashmir 4 has a range of 200 kilometers, capable of carrying... Jesus Christ. White House, I'm going to pass that. Leavitt saying, I'm not aware of any temporary nuclear pact with Russia. Huh? Trump wants to have our nuclear experts. Does she not know that there's... Okay, I'm not going to say anything. Trump wants to have our nuclear experts working on a new, improved, and modernized treaty. They're going to let it die. The U.S. will continue to discuss a new pact with Russia. That's false. Witkoff will travel to Oman for Iran talks tomorrow. The Cuban government is on its last leg, but believe Trump is always willing to engage diplomacy. They don't want this nuclear pact because of AI and robotics. They want to rearm themselves with nukes. They can't do it with the nuclear treaty that's going to end. So no, they're not in talks. They want to or maybe they are. They just want to buy up or build a bunch of shit to nuke the world. Remember that other countries want that pact to end as well. The U.S. should not want it to end, but we're very short-sighted. If we're the apparent winner of AI, then you don't want anyone else arming themselves with nukes when we go into the age of Gen AI. But whatever. Leave that aside. Trump wants to see if a deal can be struck with Iran. Trump has many options aside from diplomacy. That's scary. Should be read like Trump wants diplomacy first and then has other options. Whatever. I don't care how they write that shit. Okay. None of that shit's needed right now. None of that shit is market stuff.
Bitcoin extends decline to below $65,000 as deleveraging quickens. US money market funds assets rise to $7.8 trillion at ICI. I did see Bitcoin extending full, briefly dropping below $64,000, last down about 11.5%.
All right, here you go, guys. Just grinding sideways right now. No movement. Just grind, 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 grind. Just waiting for all of these reports after the bell. I do have to make an announcement that I have an appointment today at 4:30 that I was unaware of. I have to... Hold on here. I'm going to look at... I kept telling you guys about this this stock market show shit. A nighttime show. I have to go look at a studio today. I was supposed to go look at it on Sunday. And the appointment was made with AI, supposedly. They said that I was told I was I wasn't doing the scheduling. And on this past Sunday, I had an appointment to look at this TV studio, and that's for rent in Detroit. It's actually in downtown. It's really cool. It's in an old loft and stuff. Or not a loft. It's in an old industrial building of some kind. And they finally spoke to a human, supposedly, and I have to be there at 4:30. It's I have to get ready to go to it. It's right now it's 3:25. So maybe like 3:40. I know it's like right before Amazon report, but you have my take on Amazon. It goes up, market goes up into this close. There's going to be a moment where I have to step away from the show today. I have to go and look at this. This is like the third time. One time was no response. Second time, they told me that the appointment was on this past Sunday. I showed up. They weren't there. It wound up being an AI agent that was lying. And this time, spoke to a human. And theoretically spoke to a human. So, can I see my face over there? So supposedly it's supposed to happen right now, this afternoon. Hold on a second here, guys. Gross. What is that fucking phlegm? Ah, gross. That back again. I got like I don't know. It's my I don't know if it's my throat's just sore or if it's fucking from actually. What's up? Okay. What time? What time do I need to leave? 4:10 or 4? I need to get dressed too. I got fucking pants and shirt on. I need to put on sweater and jacket and shoes and all that kind of stuff. Okay. She's like, it's like I'm going to pick up your daughter and they'll be back to grab you and we're gonna go together. I'm like, okay. I mean, just my fucking shoes takes 5 minutes to put on. Just trading sideways, awaiting these reports after the bell. After the bell today, we have Amazon, Iran, Reddit. The other ones I didn't go over were I didn't go over Mr. I'm surprised I didn't go over Mr. Roblox is good too. Clean Spark, Bloom Energy, Affirm, Atlassian, and Microchip. In the background, I'm going to look at these tickers really fast. The thing about doing these tickers is if I look at them quick, I might miss something. So instead of saying this or that, I'm going to give you buy levels if you're looking for a buy level on these tickers. Let me just check a few of these in the background here. We'll look at Mister's diving right now. I would seriously consider purchasing or going long Mister very soon. Man, now I want to show these. Like Mister should stop at 83.53. Mister for me is a buy at 83.53, but it's going to come back down and slam into. I don't think it does the entire move down here to 50 or 40 bucks. Potential for it to happen. But I would be looking for Mister lower. But I like the idea of accumulating Mister down here. It should turn up soon. The only scary part is, does it go to 17 or 20 bucks for full capitulation? It has the potential to do that. It only started squeezing way back in 2024, so you might need some more time in there. I mean, does it go all the way down to 15 bucks? It looks like it can. Let me just count these really quick. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It looks like it's gonna stop. Let's look at Mister really quick. So here's Mister right here, and the first thing I thought was grind all the way down here. They have a report after the bell here. But if I'm counting this down move right here, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I think this one's going to turn around at least for 2. So this is Mister. I would look for this one to turn. It doesn't necessarily have to, but I think it stops right here. Just a quick look. Looks like it stops at 106.54. I would be looking for a larger upside move here. Remember this one right here? See, I try to like not look at these, but you have a weekly cross up here. You see this right here? Hold on. That's right in there. It looks like they're thinking that it's gonna go like 2 up, 1, 2, and then up here. And this is the real problem is like some more blood down here. And then a final release. I'm interested in this trade. This trade's almost complete. It's trading 106.88. But you do have some more destruction going on down here. I don't know if it can get down to 20 bucks, but maybe. I think that I don't know if you can get down there right now. I would be looking for this to be consolidative. I mean, I see the point of this move down here. I don't know what their expected move is. I'm assuming people are wanting something like that, but I don't think you're going to get it. I think you're going to get the bounce right here. And this just becomes consolidation. Anyways, Mister. Look for a big squeeze in here. This is a fairly significant squeeze right here. $84 to 190 is a monster move. That's a monster fucking move right there to 180. I wouldn't try to take it there. I would try to take it to like 160 or something. I'd be stepping off on this. Let them roll you back down. This stock can move though, so keep an eye on it over here. I want to like this fucking thing can move like nobody's business. Had a high of 540. I think Winky said it was a scam or something, but doesn't mean it's not tradable. But this is this stock right here is waiting for a corrective upside move in a big way. All they got to do is hold this right here. There's also this right here. Becomes a rejection point, but you know that's a 90% move. So forget about taking that one. You definitely want to be looking for this one right here. And I'm assuming everybody's in puts right now, so you can make some money on the call side. That's Mr. Just go back over here so you can watch this. Now 336. I don't want to look at these because if I look at them and they're gonna tease me into wanting to chart them. Yeah, all these like spec growth old school stocks, like same thing here with Roblox. Like I want to buy the fucking dip on Roblox, on Mr. Like Mr.'s ready to turn up too. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, they got more to go. Mr. will trade $45, I think. I'm pretty bearish on this close for Roblox. 1, 2, 3. Roblox should go to 55.33. Get one more up move, and then has one more completion at 43 to $40. But it's near it. I mean, this is not. God damn, I hate showing this stuff. Like, let's look at Mr. really quick. Like, not Mr. Roblox. Like, this thing is ready to go. This is a big A right here. Theoretically, there is no requirement that this goes any fucking further than right here. Oh, we'll just leave it like that. You might get a little bit more drag down here. Like, see where it's at right now? Like $52, 52 and change. It's geared up for a it's actually geared up for a bigger squeeze. It's actually geared up for like a squeeze like this. Somewhere in there. And there's July right there. Let's call it like mid-July. Like, this fucking thing is ready to rock too. And you can see this turning up right now. I don't know if you need this. I don't know if you need this new low down here. Maybe you need that. But I don't think so. I'm not guaranteed. Oh, wait a minute. Move that over there. I don't think you need to scrounge down here. Maybe. There's a fair chance this just starts moving. The reason I say that is because this monthly here is flattening a little bit. This weekly is starting to turn up a little bit. So if that starts turning up and that comes back up, rip faces off, come back down for October, and then like there's your fake out, there's your new high up here, and $130. A lot. This isn't the only ticker that I'm looking at here like this. It's not here. My point is that Mister is not right here. It's not like we're just rolling over. We're closer to a bottom than we are to a top. So keep an eye on Mister as well. I mean, not Mister. Excuse me, Roblox. Shit. Cancel that one. CLSK. Just check a couple others here. Oh man, Clean Spark. I haven't seen them in fucking a dog. I didn't even recognize the name anymore. Like this is a near perfect. Let me look this up really quick. I don't know how we're calling for a fucking. We're calling for a crash when. I just keep looking around the stock market. Like I'm looking right now at Clean Spark. This is like textbook. Oh shit! Sorry guys. I thought I was back on the main page. This is Clean Spark right here. These are like, just look at this really quick. No, I'm not necessarily like bullish on Clean Spark, but unless you're going to fucking
So regards
zero.
to total money market fund
You
assets,
see
they
that
rose
right
by
there, and then the accumulation
$85.02 billion
starts.
to $7.8 trillion for the
Back up
weekend of
again.
February 4th, according to ICI.
Same. And here's your major low over here, but it didn't come back down. So maybe you get one more. You get like a plunge and then an up and then a plunge. But my point being that this fucking thing's ready to run too. 1, 2, and 3. Like, how do you crash the stock market and we're close to a big turn up, even if this takes time? You know, just look at this really quick. So like this is 23. So here's 23. This is when we started the new bull market and it ramped up. You know, this is in line with what Larry Williams is saying, is that there's another bull market starting. You can see it right there. I mean, even if the bears come in, unless all these maybe these tickers are going to zero, I don't know, but SPY bleeding right now. To show you where it's at right now. A little bit of pearl clutching here. Flushing right before the close. Clean this up so you can take away the time thing. So you can see that right there. Like CSLK looks like it's coming into a bottom. Mister looks like it's coming into a bottom. Roblox looks like it's coming into a bottom. Man, Clean Spark, I haven't seen them in, fuck, it's been years. Let me check BE for Bloom Energy. I'm very bearish on Bloom Energy. I don't have a dip buy on them until it hits $60. It's trading 135. I'm very bearish on Bloom. On any high on Bloom Energy, you want to sell them. Any high. They're on their daily trigger right now. If Bloom trades 150, sell it. Target below 112, then 82, then 60. If you're a bear out there, BE. Like, just look at BE versus those other three stocks I talked about. Fairly bullish here in Affirm. They report after the bell. They might catch a quick plunge, like an up-down plunge, but if they can get down to 44.82, buy. Definitely a buy. $50 on Affirm would be a great dip buy. Although I think they have a high chance of squeezing today. Check this really quick. Maybe springtime you can buy them. And there's another one that wants to go higher. I don't like the idea of a firm going down at $20. I think you're going to hear that conversation start back up that nobody can afford. They could be a late bloomer. Maybe they do go down to 15 or $20 in time for high inflation. I want to watch this one. One, two, three. Maybe I'm a little bit more bearish on Affirm. Not certain yet, but this might be a late year performer. This is what I've got for Affirm. There's like a little bit of this going on right here. I'd like to see them squeeze up on today's earnings, but then blast back down. I can't tell if they escape here in June or July. What I think is that you get that market panic, that inflation is running hot, and people are starting to talk about Affirm again as the company for people that can't get loans or whatever, tightening cycle stuff. Keep an eye on this one at like $20. There's your 1, 2, and 3.
1 minute to go down to the market on close imbalance data, and about 10 minutes away till we get Amazon Q4 2025 earnings.
Oh, they're really fucking stretching price here, right? Putting the screws to you in here. I'm long in here, by the way. I've been long all day. I've been long since yesterday. I added some more SPY calls for March in here. I got a bunch of stock for March. I've got, but this is all private account shit, but we'll watch this closely with Amazon. Affirm, this one I'm a little bit more bearish on than the others escaping in here. Mostly because of the inflation trade. See that fucker right there.
10 seconds.
Man, see this trend right here on Affirm?
Market and close imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 308 million. Nasdaq 100 sell side 51 million. Dow 30 buy side 270 million. Mag 7 buy side 26 million.
Hang tight here.
So reminder, 4 p.m. Eastern time, we get Amazon Q4 2025 earnings. EPS estimate of $1.96. Revenue estimate of $211.49 billion.
Amazon bleeding off into the close. Amazon trading the same as SPY right now. Dealers just pushing down here. At 4 o'clock, I'm gonna try to stick around for a few minutes after 4 and see if we can catch this Amazon ER. I want to see if it rips or dips here, if it blasts down. I've got it ripping and then selling thereafter. Let me show you what I've got here for Amazon. This is AMZN. They've got fucking half-hour trigger coming down, hourly trigger coming down. Oh, you can see that there.
5 minutes ago, integrated Amazon Q4 2025 earnings. EPS estimate of $1.96, revenue estimate of $211.49 billion.
Hold on a second here, guys. I've got the new MOC coming in for the end of the day. I got to wait here. It's got Tesla, ABBV, LLY, CVX, TXN as buys. Top sells Google, Apple, NVIDIA, Misfit, and Google. I never posted the original one. Fuck. Sorry, guys. I thought I posted the first MOC. Here, I'll post them both right now. I got them both. I left it inside the queue over here by accident. I'm going to post the one from 350 and then the one that just came out. Come on, Amazon. Amazon climbing higher at the last 5-10 minutes here. From a low of 221, racing higher, 223. Oh, this isn't the gold one. I posted the wrong one for you. This is the wrong Nomura.
1 minute to go now till we get Amazon Q4 2025 earnings.
Amazon a little bit weak now in the last few moments here.
Ten seconds. Still waiting.
Amazon flopping around at the moment.
EPS $1.95, a miss on the estimate of $1.19. $1.96. Again, EPS $1.95, a miss on the estimate of $1.96. Net sales $213.39 billion, a beat on the estimate of $211.49 billion. AWS net sales $35.58 billion, a beat on the estimate of $34.88 billion. AC first quarter net sales of $173.5 billion to $178.5 billion, compared to the estimate of $175.54 billion. Operating income $24.98 billion, a beat on the estimate of $24.82 billion. AWS net sales excluding Forex plus 24%, compared to the estimate of plus 21%. Physical stores net sales $5.86 billion, a miss on the estimate of $5.88 billion. North America net sales $127.08 billion. It's a miss on the estimate of $127.21 billion. They see Q1 operating income between $16.5 billion to $21.5 billion, compared to the estimate of $22.24 billion. Just keeping an eye on Amazon post market. It's still down at around 4.7% now after the data comes through.
Voice news disconnected.
Amazon hitting the top side target 227.95. A little bit in the range of that 4 hour and this half an hour trigger right here. 226 downside target nailed. Option pricing bottom side just nailed it. Almost to a pin strike. I know I just in a few minutes. Bouncing up, no bouncing there yet. This is where the option pricing is for downside. Hit a low of 203. Monthly triggers at 201. Dude, I want to buy this fucking thing so bad. I'm going to have to add some of this shit. I just need a few minutes. The Amazon. No fucking options. Can I put a stink bid in? How about a flat 200? It's at 201.85 right now. Ooh, no. No, I got to fill there. Woo, options pricing ripped right through it. 207 was what was priced in for today. Come back on, come back above. All right, I got to head out of here. I have an appointment right now at 4:30. I have to leave. Have to leave. Oh, the middle hairline? There's no real hairline here. It's just the light makes it look like it's like the light makes it look like I don't have any hair. And maybe I shouldn't part it. I don't normally part my hair. I normally pull my hair back like this. It's a full head of hair. It's just when I wake up in the morning. When I wake up in the morning, I'm like, and the camera angle's fucked up too. It's like straight down on my head. The camera is like, it's literally like 6 feet in the air. I don't have any space to put it eye level. My desk is not wide enough. So it looks like I got a bald spot, but I actually don't. If anyone's ever met me in real life, you know I don't have a bald spot. It just looks like I do. All right, I gotta go. I will see all of you tomorrow. Spy not really moving at all right now. It shouldn't. I will be back with you. Oh fuck yeah, baby! I'm up $2, $3. Come on back, baby.